Tes tes 1 2 3. Halo guys, welcome to my channel. Hari ini saya mau main questnya Genshin 6.1 ya, yang Archon questnya. Ternyata tadi saya mau main bipep, cuman teman saya tuh lagi capek guys. Karena nggak jadi. Jadi langsung main Genshin aja lah, nyicil-nyicil ini guys, nggak langsung saya kelarin ya. Kalau saya langsung kelarin capek guys, kelenger kayak kemarin. Kemarin sudah berjam-jam.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts.
Jadi makanya saya cicil-cicil ya guys. Ada si Flint, tapi nanti aja dah. Ntar. Jadi saya mainnya pakai ini aja. Tapi potretnya kecil juga ya dibanding potretnya. Ini apa emang ukurannya ini? Oh iya, emang ukurannya aja diubah. Ngomong-ngomong karakter perempuan aja yang saya buat. Ada juga yang cowok. Cuman karena yang cewek duluan yang saya bikin, jadinya saya ini karakter cowoknya guys. Kayak yang cewek aja dulu guys. Ini ngomong-ngomong fokus ke main story aja guys. Sama ceritanya paling saya baca singkat guys. Waktunya panjang juga sampai apa namanya? Kurang lebih 4-5 jam dari yang saya dengar.
Hello, you must be the traveler in Paimon?
Kami
Mr. Flint has been looking for you.
Salah satu anggota
Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan.
A wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get over there right away. Come on, let's go.
Oke, ini suruh buru-buru guys. Gak ada basa-basi. Saya sempat ngeliat juga sih sebenarnya. Kalau yang bagian awal-awal. Bagian awal-awal tuh sempet lihat, soalnya tadi saya nonton streamer kan, tapi untuk khusus awal-awal aja sih. Pas di bagian mau cutscene itu saya nggak jadi sempet lihat, takut spoiler guys.
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger. What's his endgame here? Everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So, what's going on?
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rerir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence.
Terakhir tuh kabarnya tuh dia ketemu Varka ya, si Rerir.
When a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rerir did this. Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rerir just after regaining his body?
Yes.
There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Yeah, didn't he shout out a bunch of names?
Ya dia kesel ya, kayak Rain, Dotir dan segala macam zabut seperti itu.
Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere in Notcry, waiting for his chance to strike? Oh, even chillier.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding?
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows. Unless something went wrong. His whole resurrection thing didn't exactly go smoothly.
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Nah itu juga ini guys.
According
Dia
to
dapat
certain medical
info dari
studies,
mana gitu untuk
insanity does not
persiapan
always
itu.
entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own.
That actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero interest in talking to us.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rahir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So,
Itu jari
if we do
begitu,
nothing,
misalkan
he'll
ini
just
sih,
keep getting stronger.
somasi ya.
If we want to investigate him,
Keingetan kasusnya
idea where to
Zani saya.
look. Last
Jarinya
time
Samuel
we had Marionette
pipis.
and her big robo
Betul.
buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone, oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in Kuvaki. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance against him.
A perfectly
kurang
reasonable
lebih.
hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are
Soalnya
quite far apart.
10%-nya aja udah kuat banget
To
guys.
investigate them both, we'll need to split up.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on Hisi Island.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
Yep.
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky, but I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here. And if we do run into Rear, what then?
Ya berantem.
That's when you follow the third rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
Run
Didn't
like
you
the
say
wind.
the third rule was go with the flow?
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rarir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to put safety first.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Inefa, let's go.
Tapi ini ada berantem-berantemnya nggak? Atau kalau ada berantem-berantemnya itu? Saya pakai karakter begini tewas nggak? Ini main quest jarang sih biasanya. Kalau langsung berantem ya.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Ugh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flints?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that or he's just extremely cautious and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where or what is his next target?
No idea. Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that Aino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rerir.
Ya kalau Aino sama Neva ketemu Rere mah yang ada bisa bonyok dong.
Wait, he's actually here? I didn't mean it, I swear!
No, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick!
Oke, si Rere lagi berantem sama si Fatu tiket siapa namanya sih gue lupa. Kebiasaan saya kalau misalkan mau ngingetin nama orang jadi lupa. Oh iya, ada misalnya. Tapi ada nama lainnya juga saya lupa. Selain Skutar sama Derislet kayaknya ada lagi. Tapi di sini Flynn squad dulu ya. Maksud tuh dia kelasnya beda gitu. Saya kira tuh dia ya maksudnya kuat tapi nggak sekuat itu.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon I will find a way.
Watch out!
Udah kayak Frieza aja jadi. Ya kayaknya referensi kayak Frieza gitu. Yang mau nembak si ini Dende. Dapat the power of friendship lagi nggak sih? Kayak di Nazuma jadi setter. Tapi ini padahal masih di awal-awal Genshin loh, maksudnya di masuk-masuk Notcry. Di awal-awal masuk Notcry ini udah mulai serius.
What's that
Story.
guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question. When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about?
We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Kutar. Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me.
Ya mungkin
Why he
dia
holds me
ini
in
yang
such
nama Moon
contempt,
Goddess sebelum-sebelumnya
I
itu.
cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I am a target.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But right now, devising a counter strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter
Oke, kalau
strategy?
kelamaan kayaknya bisa
I don't
ketahuan
stand a
sama si
chance
Rere.
against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can sneak out of Nodcry undetected. No,
Tapi kayaknya kalau
I can't say that.
10%-nya si Rere
Come on,
kayaknya
Yehoda. This
belum
is
cukup buat
serious
ngelawan
stuff.
Archon kayaknya.
You can't suggest we
Kayak
all just
sekelas
check
si
it out.
ini mau
Running is
Fuika
our
sama
only
Raiden.
option.
Huh?
You seem surprised. But what other choice do we have? We are facing an enemy we cannot possibly defeat in battle.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense? I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Loma? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this.
Tapi lipsnya
That's
itu
not
loh,
our
voice
style.
actornya mungkin disamain sama
Yeah.
Cina kali.
We can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she'd pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are friends, and friends look out for one another.
Rira's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But
Kutar.
Ya running away bukan
I
solution
know
kan.
why you left the Frost Moon Scions so
Sekalipun
long
kita
ago.
ini tinggalin si
It
Dainslet
was
juga
because people started treating prayer as a
tetap
form
aja
of
si
trade.
Rere tujuannya emang
They
belum
would make
jelas.
self-centered wishes,
Nah, kemungkinan dia
force
masih
you to
terus ke
accept meaningless
Teyvat yang
offerings in return,
daerah-daerah
and then
Teyvat yang lain.
expect you to perform miracles for them, as if that were their entitlement. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything, and that sometimes it takes losing something precious to appreciate its true worth. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation, but as part of our family. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that guided you home.
Thank you, Lauma. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now.
Sorry guys.
Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the moon goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. Like a lake, cut off from its source,
Saya
slowly
penasaran kalau
shrinking
Dance
away.
Slate ini in full power bisa nggak?
Now,
Tonto lawan si Riri seenggaknya ya minimal
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
bisa inilah imbang yang
the three
10%
moons
ini.
belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength. The three moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the Frost Moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal moon's marrow. But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
Udah ketahuan.
It's the Wild Hunt!
Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Installation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol.
They just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rerir's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
There's too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Kutar's house to escape! This goes on much longer.
To dust. Beware the creatures of the night. Night falls. Be silent. To dust.
Suruh kabur atau gimana?
My blessing, with one heart,
Installation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up.
Kayak suruh kabur kayaknya. Bukan suruh berantem gak sih? Kabur gak sih?
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
Kabur atau berantem apa nungguin ini?
Close your eyes. To dust.
Annihilation mode.
Flash is the moon, with one heart.
Observe. Close your eyes. Night falls. Beware.
Gak suruh berantem kayaknya, bukan kabur. Soalnya kalau kabur ada ininya sih. Oke, Graves favoris Gravestone, Gravestone lagi. Wolf Gravestone. Si Parka udah jelas ini mah. Kita juga udah sempat lihat ininya soalnya. Si Parka. Tapi mukanya kayak di trailer ya. Dagunya tuh dagu apa namanya? Dagu-dagu
What's the
gigacet.
matter? Bit off more
Keras.
than you could chew?
How are you? Uncle Varka! You're back from Amspartnir? Whoa! You're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know
Berarti
somewhere you'll be
desain
safe.
yang kemarin trailernya itu sama aja berarti
is
sama
that where I think it
in-game-nya
is?
sekarang.
That's the one. Come on, move. There's no time to waste.
Tapi nggak apa-apa sih. Jadi lebih tua nggak sih dianya? Soalnya kan dia harusnya emang lebih tua gitu. Karena dia ngasuh si Razor juga itu kan.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network. AKA, the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got
Oh ya, si
contacts
Varka
in
masih
every
inget
nation.
Godwin nggak ya?
As an expeditionary force on foreign soil,
Si Godwin
working with them
ditinggalin.
has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands
Jadi
on
keingetan
reliable local
Godwin saya.
intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure. Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now, but I believe this is the first time we've met. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming.
Ini karakter yang saya
You
tunggu-tunggu
look
guys.
way younger
Dari
than
awal
I
rilis Genshin.
expected. But you definitely have that Grand Master vibe.
C6 ntar.
Well, I'm no spring chicken.
Tapi nggak tahu juga sih mau
Just
saya
not
C6
showing
apa
my
enggak.
age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed
Nggak
back
usah,
from
tapi lah.
Amspartnir without a wink
Dilihat
of
dulu
sleep.
kita kayak gimana.
Wanted to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Yep. He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off. My squad took heavy injuries, and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our
Cuman
last
sekelas Varka
chance,
aja nggak
so we
kuat tuh.
staked everything on it.
Berarti Rere emang kuat banget sih.
It wasn't enough to stop him.
Kalau Varka yang
I tried
sekelas
tracking him
si
down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as
saya lupa
cautious as
lagi.
any trained operative. So, I decided to come
Capitano.
find you.
Kalau Varka sekelas
And as luck
Capitano
would have
aja
it,
hampir
turned up to find you being ambushed by
sekarat
the wild
lawan
hunt.
si Rere 10% aja berarti
you already know.
Capitano nggak kuat juga sih.
Is that
Sama
why he's
Maverick
been
kayaknya nggak kuat
frantically
juga deh.
absorbing Kuvaki these past few days?
Ngelawan si Rere.
Because he sees you as a threat.
Berarti emang
Maybe a
Rere
part of the
10% aja udah
equation,
kuat
but even
banget
if
buat
I
ngelawan
weren't,
Archon.
I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Note to self, Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Guess it's my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why has the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
It's a long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Wow, I had no idea so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners. That's a lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it all.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and
Oh ya,
still
tapi
slip up.
ekspedisinya Varka tuh
That's
sebenarnya
just
mau ngapain
life.
ya? Saya lupa.
No one knows what tomorrow holds.
Kayak dia
You
pergi
can't
ekspedisi
predict which
yang
way the wind will blow
kemarin
next.
apa namanya 3 tahun
And to
itu.
be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out.
Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable. But now that a new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
Who else? And in a strange way, I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta have a weak spot somewhere. That said, while I was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast. I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files.
Oh ya, nama
Would you
ketiganya
mind
Columbina
repeating their
apa sih?
titles for me?
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log,
Kayak saya
a
pas ada nama
Nodcrian
ketiganya.
Ratmix Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Oh. No. Still doesn't ring a bell.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there. But once we looked into it, it turned out to be a red herring. I don't know who was behind it, but clearly, it served its purpose. I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan.
Okay.
But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself? The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari, Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
Berarti udah ada yang mau planning.
What do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter. To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered here. But even with everyone united, we're still no match for Rerir in his current state, let alone with his powers
Tapi
still
saya bingung
growing.
sifat Safarka kok
What if there was a
lebih
way to
dewasa di
tap
sini.
into a new power of our
Saya kira tuh
own?
dia tipe-tipe orang bercanda.
How so?
Have you thought of
Soalnya
something,
kalau dari yang
Columbina?
suratnya di bawah
3
si
moons once watched
si
over this
Mika tuh,
world.
si Farka
The
tuh tipe
eternal
orang
moon was the
lucon.
largest. The frost moon
Saya
was
kira
the
si Farka
brightest.
tuh lebih tipe-tipe
And
orang
the
yang bercanda banget.
iridescent moon was the most mysterious.
Bagi dia bilang pas lagi lawan Kapitano tuh dia bisa gitu loh. One on one by one lawan Kapitano. Si
Enough to
Farka.
shape the workings of the world itself. I now bear the frost moon's power, and the eternal moon's marrow resides within the traveler.
Hold on. Are you suggesting?
The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, this solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate the iridescent moon's marrow?
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's Experimental Design Bureau.
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Yes. I must speak with Sandrone.
Ya, kita
It's a
ketemu
long way from
Sandrone
here to the
juga berarti.
Experimental Design Bureau.
Emang
There's a high
pasti
chance
dia
you'll be spotted.
terlibat juga sih.
You shouldn't go alone.
Then that's
Sama
settled.
kayak nanti Arlecchino
Next
juga
up,
terlibat.
our
Soalnya kan
second
di trailer
priority.
juga ada Arlecchino.
Somehow, we need to figure out Rerir's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his Wild Hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try
Cuman
and
nggak tahu ya
assassinate
kayak
this young
Gildi gitu
lady.
ngikut apa enggak.
People's obsessions often
Yang
reveal
jelas
their
ketahuan
greatest
ada tuh kayak
vulnerabilities.
Regino itu ada tuh.
There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari. The Wild Hunt has plagued Notcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him. If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Notcry has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so
Tiba-tiba si Never
painstakingly
muncul.
meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
She heard me.
Seingat saya di trailernya tuh si Never ada di mana-mana dia.
What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details. Miss Nefer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rarier. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Notcry. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Nefer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? A contact hub for the Northern Intelligence
Ya,
Network?
intelnya ya si Never itu pak.
Isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
I wish you always luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get
Bisa-bisanya.
involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free.
I can't
Tapi
put a
Never tuh
price on
jelas-jelas kayaknya
something
bukan
like
orang
this.
Notcry ya kayaknya.
It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission.
Tapi si Farka tuh dapat buff Notcry
You
nggak sih?
just don't give
Karena
up,
dia masih
do
masuk
you?
ke region Notcry kan?
Too bad.
Dia punya buff
I know
sendiri
you well
ntar.
enough to know you
Si
can't
Farka.
afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a moon chanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful.
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rarier. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. I'd be gone for good, boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please? I'm begging you.
Bahkan
This
Never
is
pun
why I'm always
nggak
telling
bisa
you
ini ya.
never accept favors. They are the hardest debts to repay. You
Nggak
have to be
bisa, apa
careful
namanya?
who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune.
Anggapannya tuh kayak
Very well.
nggak bisa ngelawan
Yehoda,
Yahoda
I
lah.
will help.
Nggak tahan
But
kalau
just
ada
this
orang
once.
minta ini kan.
Don't count on
Terutama
this
kalau orang
happening again.
terdekatnya si Never.
Flins, that fragment that Rarier was after.
Anggapannya hatinya
Do
luluh
you
gitu.
still have it on you?
Khusus untuk
Of
orang
course.
terdekat.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
Shh. This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, so we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move, so someone will have to stall him. I'm in for this part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes.
Quit playing heroes.
I'm way ahead of you here. Ineffa did a scan of the moon goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nagcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you down.
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then, we'll split into 3 teams.
Harusnya Razor juga
Once
ngikut
your
di
team has
sini.
finished their mission, return here and wait for the others.
Kalau nggak kayak ada
Dismissed.
bubuk kuda. Kalau kudanya kayaknya kan diambil semua Farka. Oke, si Ether bareng sama Dainsleif ya. Dainsleif lagi. Colombina lah sebutannya.
Lady Damselette. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what we have to.
Huh. You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Sandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But
Are you going to make me repeat that?
no, my lady.
Tapi kok berani banget Fatuinya ya?
Sandrone seems to be in a good
Padahal
mood.
Colombina tuh rank 3 loh.
Maintenance
Harusnya mereka
day.
sadar kalau rank 3 tuh sekuat apa gitu. Orang bisa masuk Fatui aja udah gak normal gitu. Apalagi yang masuk Hard Ranger gitu. Ini mereka yang krocok-krocok gini malah nggak ada takut-takutnya. Aneh-aneh
So
aja
tell
emang.
me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Colombina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Oke.
Hah?
Berarti Arlecchino emang
The
ini ya.
knave?
Udah ada di
I'd
sini.
like to speak with Arlecchino. Is she in Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... what is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Rerir is hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon.
Wait, kok nggak jalan-jalan?
Is that a no then?
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Good, their garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than a multi-centenarian goddess who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Tapi si Rosalind sih kayaknya belum mati sih menurut saya. Terlalu sus itu.
Well,
Ranger ke-8.
Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment.
Karena Ranger ke-8 tuh orang kepercayaannya si ini banget ya. Apa namanya? Signora.
Oh, yeah.
Signora
and Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again.
Lupa saya nama sebutannya.
Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Febronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Excuse me?
Oh yeah, Teresa.
You were on the guest list.
Maksudnya Signora tuh tangan kepercayaannya saya Teresa gitu.
Wasn't your brightest move.
Jadi
Back when you
Teresa
were
tuh
under
pasti
the
ini sih.
Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly.
Bakalan
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day,
Teresa juga sih paling
it was just
Signoranya
another transaction.
pura-pura mati.
I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power. It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people, but I see the same greed in their eyes.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real. Well,
Dibujuk-bujuk aja mau.
guess that's our cue to leave. That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer. Huh? What do you mean?
Arlecchino kayak.
Listen.
Oh, Wild Hunt ternyata.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of monsters is headed straight for the facility.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this. Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself? Huh, you'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can
Oh ya,
afford
si
to worry
Catherine tuh
about
base
me?
modelnya dari siapa ya?
Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia
Maksudnya
from
si
crushing them
Marionette
last
nih
time,
ngambil
but I've made sure that
ide
won't happen again.
buat
The
bikin
entire
Catherine tuh dari siapa?
experimental design bureau is rigged for war.
Pasti ada alasannya sih dia kenapa ngambil desain itu.
Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in the weapon system. Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick, or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back. Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But thank you anyway, Sandrone.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you.
Dibilang dia ini juga dia peduli tuh, si marionet.
Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
Saya ngegerakin. Gak ada damage aja. Ingetin saya ini apa namanya, Final Fantasy yang apa, bukan Rebirth apa sih namanya, Crisis, yang pakai Jack. Si Zack kan di akhir-akhir kan ditembak-tembakin gini sebelum apa namanya, Cloud pergi ending.
Good work, Bosco 1. Bosco 2, prepare to fire!
Maksudnya nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain kalau senjata ini. Kayaknya ini terlalu broken sebenarnya. Ada yang bisa terbang kah?
Keep them pinned down. Don't let them get near.
Ada yang nembakin.
Rotate out. Deploy all backup units. Get in there and hold the line. They're more patient than I thought. Whatever. This is where the real fun begins.
Kalau patuhi pakai beginian sih, Traveler nggak mungkin bisa menang.
Don't worry. Once this is over, I'll put you all back together again. I promise.
Nggak bisa ketembak.
Finally, the raider himself. Time to...
Si Rerir itu.
Polonia, get him!
Nggak mungkin menang sih. Kalau dia
Upgraded Polonia again since our last encounter, and uploaded every last scrap of your data. So let's finish this once and for
She's not here. Where did she go?
Hey, over here, you big!
nggak peduli banget.
Cursed moon.
Si Rerir nggak peduli sama Faronet ya.
Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
Karena tahu Maronet tuh nggak bakal bisa ngedamage Rerir terus. Orang Harbinger ketiga aja sama Farka aja nggak ada ininya sama sekali perlawanan ke Rerir.
So this is your method for investigating Rerir's past?
Apalagi
It almost looks like
Marionette
some
yang
kind
rank
of
8.
Hmm.
ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's quite a different affair from what you're
Kan
used to with
Harbinger
the
diurut
Frostmoon
dari
Scions.
kekuatan kan.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kinda nice. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
Bener berarti si Never tuh dari ini Sumeru.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin?
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well. I've never faced Rerir myself, but from what you've told me, his power is beyond anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as
Secara
far from
logika sih mending
ordinary as
pergi
it
sih.
gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's bad luck.
Ngomong-ngomong tangannya Jahoda tuh yang
For
sebelah
once, I
kanan
agree
kayaknya
with you.
ini.
When you're
Prostetik.
up against a foe like Rerir,
Soalnya
there's
tangan tuh
no
bisa
such
diputer.
thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Eh? Find who?
That shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Oh, si ini.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again.
siapa Dori?
In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person.
Si Dori.
Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Quit grabbing me. I genuinely can't run any further.
Dori tiba-tiba disuruh involve kayak begini-gini kan.
You?
What is it? What's the big rush? You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee.
See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about
Connection.
connections.
Ya benar.
Lady Nefer just so happens
Kalau
to
kalian
have
mau
a lot
sukses,
of
kalian
intel that
perlu banyak
interests me.
koneksi, guys.
And she also did me a big favor in the past.
Karena koneksi itu penting.
It was back when I first arrived in Not Cry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki and fainted. And when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefer. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangama Bay is nothing if not generous. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble? I've got everything you could possibly need. And the more you buy, the more you'll save.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor dredged up from the bottom of the sea? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything
Lagian
like
saya
that in
bingung
stock
item
right
apaan yang
now. I'll
Dori
have to ask
punya
my
buat
supplier.
ngelawan Rerir.
Your supplier?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for
A
you,
powerful
I
woman.
hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future. If you're willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be, though.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a silver platter?
Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which...
Dori mau dijadiin
Hold on.
daging
What exactly are
guling
you
kayaknya.
getting at? No, no.
Suruh
This is for my personal use
tiduran
only.
di piring.
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. A win-win situation, don't you think?
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 more. Deal?
Deal.
Kalau masalah duit aja itu nggak segan-segan. Terus nyari celah juga
What a
lagi
way to start
buat
the
nyari
day.
keuntungan.
Now, was there
Dari awal
anything
5
else
jadi
you
3,
wanted?
udah gitu
Or can I go
ditagihin
back
1
to bed
million
now?
per jamnya tadi ya kalau salah.
That will be all. Take care now. Don't trip up on your way back, friend.
See you later. You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready. The ceremony can now begin. After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened, and don't make a sound.
Like a grown
Now then, let us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past. I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian.
Berarti ini ke memorinya si Rere ya.
Furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more ordinary house than I might have expected. Looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from surprisingly humble beginnings.
Ya biasanya orang baik itu berasal, maksudnya orang jahat itu berasal dari orang baik.
Unlikely. It was said to be a very prosperous nation in its heyday. Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
Strength book, city next. Whoever live here enjoy the pretty comfortable life. Sehingga ada apa-apa. Langsung fokus aja guys.
Hi, River. Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu.
Genshin ada kebab ternyata.
I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime.
Baru tahu saya di Genshin ada kebab.
P.S. New stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like them.
They didn't sign their name, but they must have been close. Sounds like they were living together.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindis was tied up with something and couldn't make it.
Felindis ini kayaknya yang nulis surat tadi.
Why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good. But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
Cuman untuk yang Joseph ini nggak tahu nih siapa.
That's the same name Rerir mentioned.
Grain imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Seriously, why would you even eat something like that?
Kayaknya untuk masalah ekonomi mereka juga kurang ya.
That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Makanya mereka makannya jamur.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't get much sunlight? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food.
Katanya di dalam tanah juga bisa.
Conria don't have many options when it comes to dining.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Making a big purchase. I wonder what it is.
Oke, si Rere beli sesuatu. Tapi nggak tahu apa.
He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his tracks. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard. Did Riri rip it out himself?
Coba ada charcoal pencil on the desk.
Before I met you,
I
was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool. The burial place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled. It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away. that it could still beat to the rhythm of love.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why would he go to the trouble of hiding that? The burial place of a fallen moon.
Reverie, over here.
Oke, ini Dane Slave. Tuh.
Dane! Oh, and, Vedaflin here? What a surprise to see you here, sir.
Hello there, Reverie. You need not address me so formally outside of court. He doesn't get that much free time, so I invited him over for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well, I'm flattered.
So, what are we discussing today?
Hey, don't look at me. As far as I see it, we don't need an excuse to have a few drinks.
Come on, don't give us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Harusnya Dane Slave nggak perlu ditutup nggak sih
Who'd have
mukanya?
thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
Kan Dane Slave
I just
nggak
didn't
tahu
expect you
kita
to be the
mukanya
first
kayak
one
gimana.
to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah.
Kalau Veldranovir
If you
oke
told me
lah
that a few
ditutup.
years ago, I wouldn't have believed you either.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm guessing you still haven't told her.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I have no idea how she'll take it.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know?
Of course he
Dia
does.
juga salah
Anyway,
satu
enough
King
about me.
Guards berarti.
How have you been?
Me? Same old, same old. Nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Ved? It's nothing.
Vedaflin, Dainslift's elder brother. Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary, and said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary man. And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just
Berarti
another
hitungannya
of the Minster King's
Veldranovir itu
blades? Why did he react so strongly?
kakaknya ini ya, Dane Slave.
Was it really to do with what we were talking about?
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rere looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Veldranovir ini kayaknya belum ditunjukin wajahnya setahu saya. Atau itu nama masternya si Skrek ya? Tiga lupa.
Kalingas? You're back early.
Ini
Our
terlalu di
equipment's being
list.
serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your day been? Aw, why the long face?
Tumben desainnya
Is something the
dibagusin.
matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Akhirnya ada upgrade ya. Untuk masalah keseriusan di story gitu.
Vedaflin showed up today too. You know, Dainslift's older brother.
Ah, Mr. Vedifilnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Dainslift mention that I'd recently proposed and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? You can be such a child sometimes, Reverie. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Rerir. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not? You've even proposed to me.
So, you do remember. Tell me then. What's your answer?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't
Berarti
just
si
rush
Rerir
into things like this.
ini ya,
We
mau
may be
nikahin
nobodies
si
in the grand scheme of things,
Linis ini.
but if we want things to work out,
Tapi
we've
masih
still
belum.
got to plan ahead.
Itu karena baru melamar.
Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. In the eyes of people like Bettelfnir and Dainsleif, what do we matter? Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whatever I do, it won't make much difference. Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research, and the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline
Nah, itu Crimson Moon juga ini masih belum jelas tuh ya.
The opposition tried to speak out, but
Yang
nothing came of
bilangnya
it.
tuh apa namanya klannya si
I'm
Arlecchino.
under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies. A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach, and he never will. What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace? Thelindis? It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a grudge against us either. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come.
See? You just need to stay positive, Rerir. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there, right by my side. Just seeing you makes me
Saya
happy
bingung
in a
kenapa
way I
nggak nikah
can't
aja nih
explain.
langsung.
And that's something that no one
Kayaknya
could
mereka
ever take
tinggal
away from
serumah
me.
juga.
So smile, my love. Let go of that frown.
You're right, Thelindis. I've just been
Tapi nggak tahu juga sih ini
overthinking
kan
things.
flashback, mungkin udah
That's
sempat
better.
nikah.
Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball tonight? I need to go get ready.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny.
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rerir was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Venster King's Guard.
Ya kalau di luar selain Dainsleif dan Velodotir itu
Then again,
si
that's hardly
Rerir itu cuma
surprising.
dianggapnya orang biasa
People in
ya.
the intelligence trade rarely do.
Bahkan
Who'd
ke
have thought we were in the
Teleodis
same line of work.
itu aja
Let's
nggak
dig
ngasih
a
tahu
little
gitu.
deeper.
Ada cerminnya. Cermin kita tuh sebagai ini ya, Rerir. Walaupun sebenarnya bayangannya si Never masih ada tuh, sedikit kilauan.
Our last operation was a resounding success.
Torkel.
And all thanks to you,
Torvin.
Rahier of Solnari.
Kayak Torkel kayak
In
nama ini
total,
kan.
we apprehended 32
Yang
dregs of the
di-
Crimson Moon and 67 accomplices.
Finland Saga.
After all these years since
Torkel.
the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation on the path to prosperity. Conria has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the past.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. And that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are
Oh, ini
steeped
berarti
in
joke-nya
blood?
itu
You didn't
eksekusioner.
choose this life, any more than I did.
Makanya dia nggak mau ngomong ke
Orphans like
itu
us don't get a say.
tereosis itu.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular.
Nah, untuk Crimson Moon
I have
ini
a feeling
masih
that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution.
Your concerns are
belum
not
jelas.
unfounded.
nanti akan
They've
diperjelas
taken out
lagi.
many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Rahier of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding.
Hero of Solnari itu
Thanks,
namanya udah ada berarti.
Look after yourself too.
Kirain tuh namanya tuh setelah dia dapat
I never wanted to
ini
keep
apa
this
namanya,
from you.
kekuatan ya.
You're the last
Ternyata sebelum
person I
itu
would
udah
ever
dapat
want to
titel
lie
ya dia.
to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you shouldn't know. Things you cannot know. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost. Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share? I have to get a clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect the Lindis.
Rerir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction.
Karena
Vedalfnir
kan
and Dainsleif, the visionary,
visionary
and
ini
sword.
bisa melihat
So
masa
that's
depan
what they were
katanya.
really like.
Dan kejadiannya
investigated this whole
selalu
area
terjadi gitu loh.
There
Makanya
doesn't
si
seem
Rere
to be any
mungkin
other memories here.
merasa
Should I
khawatir
try
gitu.
somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black smoke?
So he's late after all. Just you wait, Rerir. You're in for it. Big time.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh, sure. Pick
Holy
me out a
this-
pretty bunch if you would.
Thank you. But I'm afraid none of them are as pretty as you.
Orlok.
For someone so young, you
Orlok.
sure have a way
Kok
with
saya
words, don't you?
kayak pernah dengar
I'm only
namanya
telling the
Orlok.
truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying.
Nama matanya ini
May we have a word in private?
kayak si Arlecchi dong. Berarti
Who
dia
are
Crimson
you?
juga.
And what do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out.
Berarti dia
Not long
Crimson
ago,
Moon juga nih.
The Rahier of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds. We suffered many casualties, and many who came to our aid lost their lives as well.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this. And I don't want to get involved.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity. His name is Rarir, and he claims to be one of the king's guards.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Simple. It's because...
How strange. Rerir was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to the Lindis. Rerir couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it a day.
Berarti ini juga perlu penjelasan tuh. Kenapa memorinya si Telondis itu muncul di memorinya Rerir.
Pull us inside Rerir's fragment to spy directly on his memories?
Any more questions and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was amazing! We're not worthy. We're not worthy! I gotta admit though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched the surface.
I'm just as curious as you are, but the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one. Let's hope it's all going smoothly.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to head back and meet up with the others.
Oke, sekarang masih timnya ini Ether. Saya kira mau timnya Farka sekarang.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now.
Tiba-tiba kabutnya muncul.
Things just won't quit. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked. Oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rerir, and once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're right. All right, time to zip it. Quick, hide! We almost got spotted.
Ya udah, nggak usah muter ke belakang atau Paimon.
Phew, that was a close call. Watch out! He's coming this way.
Ya udah, nggak usah muter ke belakang. Astaga, ngeselin banget si Paimon. Ya kalau tahu nggak usah muter ke belakang gitu loh. Udah kayak Windah aja, muter-muter ke belakang.
Fire.
Arlecchino kah? Fire soalnya bilang. Oh, iya, mungkin Arlecchino kan. Apinya merah-merah gitu. Yep, bener Arlecchino.
Zandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina. The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
It's Arlecchino! You came!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Oke, ganti ini lagi. Itu kenapa Arlecchino gambar loadingnya begitu?
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're finished.
Kayaknya si Marionette ini percaya banget sama data.
He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
Kayaknya si
You can do me a
ini
favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute.
siapa sih
I
namanya?
recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss
ya.
Sandrone. Father sent us over to
Lynette
help.
sama ini Lenny sama siapa satu lagi saya lupa.
How considerate of her. Hey, Fremine,
Freminette.
get over here and help me fix this.
Suaranya Freminette tadi.
Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that cat girl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, we'll leave this place to you.
Nah, Freminette
You've
ditinggal
got it.
sendiri.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
Oke, Arlecchino dan ini ketemu sekarang. Ngomong-ngomong ini desain karakter apa namanya? Yang manekinnya bagus juga sih, guys. Dibanding Ether kayaknya bagusan ini. Tapi yang cowoknya agak kurang sih. Mungkin karena kostumnya belum banyak kali. Saya milih kok manekinnya kan yang cewek dulu sebelum yang cowok. Soalnya ngetes dulu kan. Orang karakter pertamanya si ini. Karakter referensinya kan saya si siapa namanya? Ether. Terus saya coba aja pakai ini.
No, my sword! Witness the power. Game's up. Fun's over.
Bagus loh, padahal karakternya. Cuma aja masih level 20. Sayang aja karakter manekinnya ini nggak bisa ini. Nggak bisa dibawa spiral abis. Kalau bisa dibawa spiral abis sih enak deh.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Huh? Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint's and the others? And what about Nefer?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Aino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy us some time. As for Miss Nefer...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
Kalau mereka kan nggak tahu.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a tea party buddy.
You're well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the moon goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here?
Nah, itu juga
Nor
pertanyaan
does
kan.
Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me, I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our
Ya,
troubles.
Fatui-nya masalah
We
beda-beda
have
sih,
our own
bergantung
way of
siapa yang
doing
nyuruh.
things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us with nothing but hostility.
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details.
Damn.
Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Ya udah, nggak perlu bikin begitu mulu dah.
Well, since Mr. Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top-secret intel.
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
Oke, Varka belum tahu infonya.
In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of two different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection.
Berarti
But
kayak
one
dewanya.
day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new emblem of Conria.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse
Vinster
dynasty,
King.
the Vinster King, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Rehir of Solnari to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers. In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. Oh, and he had a fiancé, or at least a would-be fiancé, called Tholimbis. What's the matter?
Pitifully, Frying daughter. Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancée of his? Do we know anything about her?
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerear's fragment also contained some of Thelindis' memories, though only a very small portion.
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Thelindis was still around, Rerear appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Thelindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me though, were these pure-blood Conorians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conorian...
Ya, ada kemungkinan dia masih hidup.
Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerear might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't
Tapi
pin all our hopes on
kalau
that.
misalkan dia masih hidup pun dia jadi hilicer nggak sih?
Never knows. Dory Sangama Bay. Maybe we could hire her to look into it.
All right then. Let's keep working in our separate teams.
Kalaupun Thelindis masih hidup, dia jadi hilicer nggak sih?
We'll go look for the iridescent moon's marrow.
Masa Rerear dikasih hilicer?
As for the others,
On the way over here, I noticed that the wild hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kutar. At this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to
Ya
go wipe
walaupun
them
gak
out.
semuanya hilicer sih, tapi ke mayoritas jadi hilicer nggak sih?
And meet up with the boss.
feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with. Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flint's. I'll hold the fort for now, then discuss our next move with Flint's, Ino, and Anefa when they get back.
Alright then.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. Now, I decided to call in some backup since things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
We're back. Did we get here a little early? Or a little late?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally, and Boss Nefer has uncovered some promising info. Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Inefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flint's?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the Wild Hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the Wild Hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerear had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flint's, with everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. And F and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I? A deal's a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next week.
Database
Main
updated.
Gable lagi.
Reliability of Ino's predictions increased.
Gable bener
What does
itu.
that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Anefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsfartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back.
Tapi kalau bisa sih Varka ada ininya sih, ada adegannya juga sih. Kalau terlalu sedikit juga agak kecewa juga sih.
Here, this will serve as a good spot to cross over.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all this way, would you mind telling us what you got planned? We still haven't got the slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is,
Nah itu juga pertanyaan sih.
Simple.
Kenapa si Arlecchino
Because
tahu?
I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers of
One
the
of
two
the last
world
survivor.
flames.
Berarti ada yang ini. Ada yang survive juga berarti.
are you serious? Isn't you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from ancient Conria?
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me, consuming me from the inside out. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations over the past few years, there are several things that I have gradually come to understand. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a completely different person.
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug-of-war.
Whew. Sounds intense.
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question. So, the Crimson Moon that the Carians used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the three Moon sisters. Does that mean that the Carians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Scions are to the Frost Moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as their link to the abyss. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Still, Even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the crimson moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof, it's standing right before you.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black aura.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait.
Yep.
I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you intend to leave it in my custody. Correct?
That's right. For now, it's the only way I can pay you back for your help. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are, so with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more powerful than before.
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started? What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon?
When I first became a Harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Paranhari, also known as Leobranto Inamorato.
Aduh, susah
You should be able to
nyebutnya
buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era, but setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also records a few interesting details. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world, and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony.
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real? And what kind of induction ceremony?
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of refinement. They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died?
You see it until
Did
the
you
final
see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a crimson moon. The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace, you have traversed the flames between
Itu kayak ada
two
trialnya gitu ya.
worlds. Here and now, you are born anew." The book leaves much unsaid, but I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some kind of ritual.
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build it ourselves? Okay, fine. Paimon will go find some bricks.
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic.
Okay,
the
itu
key to the
simbol doang.
ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The
Tapi
catch is
susahnya
I'll
yaitu
need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Very well. Then I'll
ujung-ujungnya
open it up.
traveler juga.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across short distances and confront whatever dangers might await.
Saya ekspektasi tuh dulu Columbina tuh diajak berantem guys. Atau malah jadi waifunya Aether.
Crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms. By fire severed, by fire renewed. I offer myself now and beseech your descent.
Tapi kalau pakai power squad itu harusnya si Rarer malah tahu nggak sih? Malah ketahuan Rarer kalau ini.
One word of advice. As you're crossing over, no matter what voices you hear,
do not answer.
Do not answer.
Got it.
Tapi dijawab ntar apa Paimon?
I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the
Kebiasaan
familiar
Paimon.
light of the moon. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition. All right, let's go.
Oke, itu udah dikasih tanda-tanda ya sama si ini. Mana ada Cino, ngomong dulu lah.
Seismic changes often begin with small windows of opportunity. This could be your window.
Oke, bye-bye.
Take it easy.
Reaper.
Wait, why are you? You crossed over from another world, transcending.
Hey, look up at the sky! A red moon! This must be the spot, right? Is that the abyss? It's practically filled the entire place. What now?
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft like mummified remains. Iridescent moon. Was this truly what you wished for?
Careful! There's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Haimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her.
Lagi Paimon terbang.
By the way,
oh enggak, mapnya nggak ada chest berarti.
Didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
Ntar serius dulu guys. Takutnya lawannya kuat. Nggak kuat mati, nggak lucu ntar. Boyelan dah, boyelan. Terus bawa Kuki Shinobu, bawa Jonglei. Saya nggak tahu ini ntar takutnya ada lawan kuat, akan bawa Jonglei.
Busted. Here comes the catch.
Peter tetap di bawah ya.
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Kayaknya bisa langsung di skip, nggak usah lawan. Penting. Soal story itu bisa 4 jam katanya guys. Jadi ya tidak perlu dilawan. Nah ini baru dilawan nih, ada chestnya.
Quietly now.
Get with me.
Scatter! Germinate! Things are about to get dicey.
Nggak ada dropan. Tapi ini mapnya nggak ada ya? Saya cek lagi tuh, nggak ada. Berarti nggak ada kayak eksplorasi map baru.
Huh? Huh? For real? That's way too high. There's no way we'll be able to reach it.
Ya terbang lah Paimon.
I'm not sensing anything up there. It's coming from under the mountain.
Oh.
Let's see. Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water. Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some sort. Let's check it out.
Agen Paimon bisa terbang, ngapain mikir-mikir?
Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. Oh, if we can activate it, we might find some clues.
When we activated, tinggal pencet doang. Gak perlu ribet-ribet, pencet aja. Gak ada mekanik aneh ya.
Hey, look at that! Now that the mechanism's running, the shadow in the water looks different. Do you think these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret? Let's try to find more of them!
Thalindus, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
Oke deh, sangkut pautnya
This isn't
Thalindus.
ruining date night.
Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Thalindus? Is that Rere's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here? Oh yeah. So, do you think she was studying this strange space all along?
The Abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here. Like echoes. Or after images.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to a poem from my childhood. Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel, weeping on the mountain crest. Mourning still in wistful tone, her fragile soul now laid to rest. For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space. Is it a coincidence? Or something more?
Okay.
Stabilize!
Here comes the catch. Propagate! Spring forth!
Kayaknya ambil cepat aja guys.
Looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Bisa banget ya. Giliran mau cepet ada ini case.
Germinate!
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Berarti tinggal satu lagi tuh.
I see. So the moon marrow, or rather the power
Marrow
of
tuh
the three
hitungannya bone
moons
marrow nggak
is
sih
the
kayak
key
gitu-gitu,
to
makanya saya
unlocking.
kayak pernah dengar marrow. Berarti hitungannya
does
tulang
exist.
ini nggak sih?
Then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
Tulang bulan gitu loh, marrow. Marrow saya itu kayak ini sumsumnya itu, sumsum sapi. bone marrow kan sebenarnya. Berarti hitungannya sumsum ya. Kalau sumsum berarti sumsum bulan, guys. Kan bone marrow kan. Bone marrow kan daging sumsum, tulang sumsum.
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow. Oh, Revier, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness. If only I could get my hands on that outsider.
Tuh tiba-tiba dilatih Ether. Kayaknya gara-gara Lumin sih. Nah kenapa Lumin nih biang kerok juga jadi.
His voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe it's hidden in the moon's reflection?
It must be, for within it, I sense the fragile aura of a dying soul.
Then there's no time to lose! Let's go!
Ke teleport.
These things are so creepy. Looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow.
Tenang, ini di carry Archon, guys. Zonglai.
That must be the iridescent moon's marrow.
Kok tempatnya kayak asing? Saya kayak pernah lihat. Yang bawa dulu lah.
I will have order.
Nah, langsung ngancurin itu aja, guys. Gak usah buang-buang waktu tuh. Gak usah. Kita langsung kesini aja, guys. Musuhnya juga langsung mati kalau ini hancur.
Solidify.
Hey.
We're so close.
Auto aimnya itu loh, nyebelin.
Take it easy. Gather.
Oke, itu moon marrow-nya, guys.
The iridescent moon's marrow, still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. It has taken on a new form entirely. If we can purify the abyssal power within, we should be able to obtain its untainted.
Oke, warna itu malah mirip kayak ini, Arlecchino.
Is it you? Are you here?
Huh? Are you talking to us?
Penasaran dibilang jangan diajak ngomong, Paimon malah ngomong.
I can see you once more. Our fates have crossed, and I am finally free. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart as death drew near. The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Like I was being cut into pieces by 1,000 blunt blades. My thoughts scattered as the cold crept in, but I could not bear to fade away like that. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your courage, then I might have been spared this torment more painful than death. You look so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Farewell, Hypo.
Hypo. Makanya ini teman yang dibilang ini Colombina.
Was that the goddess of the iridescent moon? Oh, it sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend. But none of us have ever met her before, right?
Itu Colombina lah.
Perhaps she took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too similar to tell apart.
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. That should help you regain your strength, right? Alright, time to leave this place and meet back up with
Saya punya bad feeling nih. Kayaknya nggak semudah itu.
That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon, oh lifeless damsel.
Tiba-tiba batunya ini.
Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
Akhirnya Etra jadi MC. Maksudnya aksinya tuh kerasa gitu loh.
This is where you fall. Witness my rise.
Lu. Katanya Arlecchino nggak bakal ini. Ini Arlecchino malah ngebantuin. Kok serangannya bisa masuk ke dalam?
We made it! Was that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us? Wait, your hands! They're...
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay. The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out. No wonder it's a little angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
But surely... Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino. Paimon can't believe you'd make a sacrifice like this for us.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal. Well, Colombina.
Yes, you did your part. And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care. From this day forth, may the two worlds' flames burn ever more brightly.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Accept this moonlight I offer in return.
Oke, kekuatannya
Feeling
balik.
stronger?
Bunga-bunganya soalnya aktif. Tapi ya...
Hey, Columbina, are you okay? I'm fine. Our powers are a little at odds, that's all.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned. At least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to challenge Rayrier like this. Just one more ray of moonlight, if you would. It's okay. I can take it.
Berarti Arlecchino tuh jadi lebih kuat banget gak sih? Soalnya dia bilang dia minjam kekuatan aja bisa ini. Sekarang udah setara Harbinger level 3 lagi. Jadi kan secara nggak langsung buffnya Arlecchino tuh jadi lebih kuat lagi nih. Karena dapat blessing Moon Marrow-nya itu.
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Not Cry. The Rayhear of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a breeze. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all. May you keep shining, Columbina. This is who you are.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow stronger. But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Rayrier.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name.
A new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rayrier, give it some thought. All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments.
Secara nggak langsung ngebuat si Ether jadi nggak berguna. Literally Ether nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain nggak sih? Karena kan musuh juga Arlecchino.
Iridescent Moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength, and that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
Oke. Ambil. Kita lanjut lagi. Ini ngomong-ngomong udah berapa jam? Ini tuh udah 2 jam 20 guys. Ini saya tanpa jeda ya tadi. 2 jam 20. Bisa kelar nggak nih? Kalau nggak kelar saya bikin 2 part aja guys. Soalnya ini udah jam 23, 2323 guys. Kalau belum kelar nanti paling besok saya lanjutin siang.
Hope it's all going smoothly.
Kalau belum kelar ya. Sampai jam ini aja dah 24 dah. Tengah malam tank.
All is well, thank you. Nefer and
lanjutin
Yehuda
besok
had to stay at the
part
curatorium
2.
to wrap things up, so they won't be joining us for now.
I ran into Miss Nefa and Miss Aino on the way
So saya
back.
nggak mau capek-capek
Their work is
capek
still in
kemarin guys.
progress, so I
Aduh capek
suspect
banget.
they won't be back for a while either.
You seem rather cheerful today, Mr. Flint.
I certainly am. I achieved what I set out to do and came away with more than I bargained for. Fighting alone can get quite tedious, but I had the good
ada
fortune to
Albedo
run
ya,
into a pair of
sama
brave
Durin
young
kayaknya.
warriors.
We meet again. How have you been?
Albedo, what are you doing here?
That would be a natural assumption to make. It's also the correct one.
These two courageously lent me a hand while I was fighting the Wild Hunt. When they told me they were Servarka's colleagues, it all made sense. And given how people of outstanding talent tend to cross paths, it's no wonder you're already acquainted.
So, who's your travel buddy, Albedo?
Why don't you come and introduce yourself?
A gentleman of few words, I see. And a rather stern countenance.
It's nice to meet you. Again. We've technically met before.
Wait a sec! You're Mini Durin!
That's right. It's me. I'm glad to see you again.
Saya penasaran
By the
Durinnya
way,
aslinya kayak gimana?
He says it's okay if you drop the mini.
Mini.
Yeah, I'm not as mini as I used to be.
Lebih gede dari Paimon.
Interesting, isn't it? The first step towards blending into human society appears to be reflecting on whether one's name really reflects who they are.
Wow! You look so different! In a good way, of course. It's great to see you looking so healthy.
Thank you, Paimon. And although you're as mini as ever, I understand
As
that
mini as
diminutives don't
ever
always
dikatain
convey
lagi.
endearment.
Parah
I'll be
banget.
sure to simply call you Paimon as a sign of my great respect for you.
Dikatain.
You're such a smooth talker now. Paimon could get used
Tapi
to
lu
this.
dikatain anjir.
You may refer to her as your esteemed guide, Paimon.
Little Paimon is pretty tiny after all.
Personally, I think our little Paimon is the perfect size. When people call her little Paimon, it's just because she's so adorable that they can't help themselves. If that's not a sign of endearment, what is?
Yes, little.
You're absolutely right, Miss Lauma. My brother still has a long road ahead of him when it comes to understanding human relationships.
Tapi masalahnya Durin yang ini kan sebenarnya bukan saudaranya, benar-benar saudaranya Albedo ya.
Columbina.
Karena kan hitungannya dia tuh dalam dunia lain gitu loh.
She's been catching up with old friends.
Beda sama yang Durin yang mati di dalam itu ya.
On the way back.
Di dalam
People are
apa tuh
talking
namanya?
about me. Hope it's
Yang
nothing
gunung
negative.
es tuh.
Judging from your expressions, I'm guessing it all went well?
It's getting crowded here. I'll go grab some chairs.
No need. This is a job for an alchemist. I'll whip some up momentarily.
Thank you for your hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, but I was merely escorting my friends back. I'll be meeting Sandrone shortly, as we still have some things to discuss. It's been a pleasure, everyone. But this is where I'll say goodbye.
We really appreciate your help.
Oh, come on. Spare the formalities. I'm just glad I could help out some true friends.
I understand. Well, bye for now, Harlequino.
Oh, this place is hopping. It's
Malah
probably a good thing one of us left.
begitu Swarka.
Otherwise, we might not fit all these people in.
Are you saying we're about to run out of chairs?
As a matter of fact, I am. Come on in and see for yourself.
Tapi harusnya ngundang kayak nggak sih? Kayak sama Diluk, sama Jin sekalian. Ya tapi agak berlebihan sih. Tapi ya kalau mereka datang kan lebih berguna gitu. Ada di slab juga lagi.
I overheard your little chit-chat outside, by the way. With Miss Columbina's colleague gone, we should be back to the original crew plus the other colleagues I brought in. Though, it looks like we have another new face. Someone else managed to rope in a colleague too?
Frankly, you and Paimon are the only people I know here.
This here is Deansliff, colleague of Tibet's greatest guide, Paimon, and greatest adventurer, the Traveler. Well, not exactly colleagues, more sort of friends.
When someone else jumps in to do the announcing, you know you're speaking to someone important.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Salah satu sinner juga dia.
Note to self. Once Paimon knows your name, the rest of the world will soon follow.
When he comes looking for us, it's usually something important. Paimon's guessing you've heard about the
Masa
wild
Paimon
hunt
lupa
then?
kalau dia salah satu
From the
sinner?
looks of it, you're about to hold a meeting. If I were to say that the Wild Hunt is our mutual enemy, would that earn me a seat at the table?
As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mr. Dainsliff, there's a seat with your name on it. Though, I can't promise the same for everyone else. Hey, Albedo, think you can rustle up a couple more chairs?
After all
Albedo
this time
disuruh-suruh
apart,
aja.
Grandmaster Varka's first order is to rustle up a couple more chairs. I've missed this.
Is he being sarcastic?
Yes.
Hey, he's your brother. Why are you asking us?
I've still got a lot to learn about the nuances of human conversation. Trying to
Tapi
decipher
modelnya Durin
Albedo's
bagus
way of
sih.
speaking has been like jumping in at the deep end.
Oh, good point. Paimon gets you now. Don't sweat it. There are people who go their whole lives without getting the hang of it. You're ahead of the game already.
I wonder what's taking Nefer so long.
Perhaps you should go and check in with her. If anyone can hurry her along, it's you.
I just got back from the curatorium. Besides, aren't you curious to see what's taking her so long?
Miss Nefer doesn't strike me as the type to share secrets. And since gathering intel is her
Iya, lagian
specialty,
juga Lauma
I'm
lebih dekat.
guessing she'd prefer to keep her
Nefer.
methods confidential. Under such circumstances, would it not be tactless for me to impose?
Oh, but it's fine for me to impose.
What can I say? You have an unrivaled ability to garner people's affection, Miss Moonchanter. Besides, you have far more in common with her than I do.
All right then.
Kayaknya Lauma males.
Impressive. She barely fought back at all. I admire your powers of persuasion, my friend.
As I'm sure Miss Lauma will realize soon enough, the trick in life is to always pitch in with other people's responsibilities so that you can be selective with your own.
Another trick is to simply hide in the background.
Spoken like a true sage.
Anyway, looks like we've got some time to kill before the meeting. Let's take a little breather, folks. And feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll get down to
Kayaknya
business once the
setelah
other two
tahu
arrive.
Rerir bangkit, Dainsliff langsung buru-buru sih. Kayaknya Dainsliff terakhir dulu.
You're both awfully quiet. Why don't I start us off with an icebreaker?
Much obliged.
Have either of you ever had your portrait painted? If not, I'd be glad to help.
That sounds like a lovely idea. You know how to paint, then?
I dabble occasionally.
He's an excellent painter. Tables, chairs, people,
dragon, you name it.
dragons, you name it. He'll paint it for you.
I'm flattered.
If I ever get the chance, I'd like to give it a try myself.
I'll bear that in mind. Anyway, how about you, Durin? What sort
Tapi ini
of
nggak
portrait would
penting
you
sih.
prefer?
Maksudnya ini bukan yang story quest
I'd
gitu
be
loh.
fine with anything.
Harusnya opsional jatuhnya.
Whatever style feels.
Very well.
You can replicate any
Malah
step.
ngebahas
I can try.
lukisan lagi.
If you
Saya
show me a
cepetin aja.
sample.
Thank you.
Malah ngebahasin lukisan lagi. Inslap kayaknya yang penting nih.
Truth be told, I can't remember the last time I was in a meeting with so many people.
You're not alone there, my friend. The Lightkeepers also struggle to bring everyone.
I don't doubt that. I've only ever met two Ratniki, one being you, and the other being that young guy, Itlua.
Itlua is a good apple. I'll give him that. He's kind, honest, and
Mungkin berarti
regularly
nanti ada
delivers
karakter
supplies to my
lagi
lighthouse.
Ilga ini.
A true Ratnik to the core. In that sense, he puts me to shame.
So you're what? A fake Ratnik? That's what it sounds like you're saying. But I get the feeling that's not quite what you meant. Come on, why the awkward silence?
Sorry. I'm not even gonna bother.
Let's just keep this between ourselves.
That goes without saying. Gotta be careful what you share with youngsters.
Anyone else in the know? Let me guess. The Traveler and Paimon?
It's dangerous being too sharp for one's own.
Then, in the name of the Animo Archon Barbados himself, I swear, your secret's safe with me.
When we went for drinks, you said that you and Barbados were practically best buds. In the light of that claim, do you really expect me to take—
Of course! Just as long as you don't go spreading around the fact that I'm close with Barbados, all right?
Fair enough, then. Nothing like a bit of mutual leverage.
Jadi slap.
Is there something you'd like to say to me?
Yeah! For starters, why'd you just show up here without even giving us—
If you think back to our previous interactions, you may recall that that's hardly out of character for—
You do have a point there. Oh yeah! You'll need to find somewhere to stay the night too, right? Wanna tag along with us? You never know. We might get a group discount.
Sure.
Great! Paimon will... And in return, we can get Dainslift to be our very own personal bodyguard.
If that's what you had in mind, you should have said so sooner.
Oh, okay then. Paimon was only kidding, but...
Dainslift kayaknya nggak sebut sama si Rainer pas lagi tuh.
Since we're all here together, we might as well watch each other's backs.
Indeed.
Kayak saling berantem ya.
Ah, Miss Nefer. You made it after all. But what about Yehoda?
I'm here to give you an update on how things are going on our end. Once this is over, I'll be heading straight back to continue my work. I left Yehoda back at the curatorium to watch over things while I'm gone.
Huh. So much for just this once.
Shh! Not so loud! We're on a roll here. What if she remembers and suddenly decides to back out?
Did you?
I didn't say anything. Right, Flints?
Must have been a frog. They get so noisy around here at nighttime. It's like they're putting on a concert in the background.
Anyway, before we begin, there's a few introductions to make. Let me start by saying that it's an honor to be speaking before so many distinguished colleagues and collaborators.
Nanti disebut nama Dainslift malah ini lagi.
As Moon Chanter, she's the leader of the Frost Moon Scions, a local religious community in Nodcry. Then there's Miss Nefer, boss of the Curatorium
Kalau
of
disebut
Secrets,
Dainslift
an
malah ini
intel
nggak sih?
gatherer extraordinaire.
Yang lain pada nyadar
Nefer
kayak
is
Lau
leading
Mama
the
itu.
investigation into Rerer's background, assisted by Yehoda and Lauma. From the little I've heard, they're making some great progress. Over here, we have Mr. Flints, a Ratnik and guardian of the abandoned lighthouse. In our last operation, he courageously distracted the Wild Hunt to buy time for the rest of us. For those of you who've never met, this is Mr. Albedo, a renowned alchemist and captain of the Knights of Favonius investigation team. By his side is a new face for us all, myself included, Mr. Durin, who has come to lend his aid. Next up, we have the Moon Maiden and former Fatui Harbinger, Miss Columbina. Then we have the Traveler, who's earned more titles than I could possibly hope to list out, so I'll spare you the rundown. And Paimon, The ultimate travel companion and quite possibly the
Pasti
best
sebut
guide in
Slip.
all of Teyvat.
Pasti.
Wow! That's a lot of people! Great turnout!
Miss Nefer, it looks like you might have another job coming your way.
You think I haven't got enough on my hands as it is? Who's looking for me now?
That would be me, Miss Nefer. I have a commission for you.
And you are?
Who I am doesn't matter right now. What does
Sengaja buat
matter
Slip nggak mau
is
nyebut.
that I'd like you to gather more intelligence about the Rehyr of Solnari.
Well, it's not as if we never take on anonymous commissions. But in your case, I'll have to decline. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say your job's probably more hassle than it's worth. Something about you seems like bad news.
It's my eyes, isn't it?
Conrian, I assume. And what's with the mask? Are you trying to hide your identity? In any case, the fact that you're even still alive raises...
My name is Dainsleif. And yes, I am from Conria. As I'm sure you're aware, the Rehyr of Solnari's real name is Rerir. He was once an acquaintance of mine.
Really? Then you must have been quite an influential figure yourself.
You flatter me, but none of that matters anymore. My point was simply to clarify why I have asked Miss Nefer to investigate Rerir's background.
So you're both from Conria, and it sounds like you used to be friends? What am I missing here? Surely you already know how he became one of the Five Sinners.
I'll tell you everything I know. The history of Conria, the names and identities of the Five Sinners. I remember it all like it was yesterday. I have never spoken openly of this before. But the truth was exactly as people say. The Five Sinners were each driven by their own desires, and it was by playing upon these that the Abyss tempted them to their fall, tearing Conria apart in the process. The visionary, Vedifenir, who wished to foretell the future. The wise, Haroptatir, who sought limitless knowledge. Gold, Rhindaughter, who desired to create life. The foul, Servalogi, who pursued supreme strength. And last, but not least, Rehyr of Solnari, Rerir, Ravager of the Moon. Of the five, Rerir is the only one who remains a mystery to me. He never harbored grand ambitions. So what changed in the space of a single night? How did he come to fall like the others?
In other words, you're saying that his change came as a shock to you, and you have no idea what actually happened?
That's right.
You mentioned how the Abyss tempted them, which led to their fall. But what did that look like in practice? And what other context can you give me about the events of that time? The more detail you can give me, the better.
Strangely, now that it comes to it, I hardly know where to begin. The fateful night took place during the era of the Eclipse Dynasty. One day, my elder brother, the visionary, Vedifenir, was summoned to the palace by the Vinster King, only for the king to gouge out his eyes and cast him into the dungeons.
Okay.
When I came to hear of this, my fury knew no bounds. I gathered together every ally I thought I had, and together, we set a night to storm the palace and free Ved. Centuries on, the memories of that night still haunt me, like a never-ending nightmare. We broke through the palace gates, just like we had planned, each striking towards our separate targets. But then, I was betrayed. Even Vedifenir, the very person I had come to rescue, abandoned me and partook of the Abyss's power.
So, it's personal after all. Then tell me, Mr. Dainsleif, what price are you willing to pay? You, of all people, must know that nothing comes for free.
I cannot say what price would be worthy of such a commission. But know this. Rerir was not always a madman. Believe it or not, there was a time when he was just an ordinary man, working for the Conrian Intelligence Service. Uncovering the truth of Rerir's past is the only way to unravel this mystery. But before you decide if you will accept my commission, I will tell you more about him. Enough, I hope, to help you plan your next move.
Sounds pretty good to me. Feels like we just flagged down a random passerby, only to discover he's actually a master strategist who has a score to settle with our enemy.
Can I borrow your halo? It could be useful in the lighthouse.
Hey, enough with the wisecracks! Besides, isn't that lamp of yours bright enough already?
Relax. It was meant to be a compliment. If that was a little over the top for your liking, I'll make sure to tone it down next time.
I'll give your proposal some serious thought, Mr. Dainsleif. Let's speak in private once the meeting is over.
Before that, there's a few things I'd like to share.
Itu Peter ngomong.
Now that we've united the hearts of the three moons, your power should be greatly enhanced. But it seems like that hasn't happened yet?
I believe it will take a little longer. You've done so much for me, so I want to be completely honest with you all. Even though I'm doing a lot better now, the truth is, my recovery will likely be an ongoing process. From the moment I was born, my power has been slowly ebbing away. And that is because Tevat has never accepted me. Even with the moons united as one, it seems my rejection cannot be undone. So far, I have yet to find a solution. It may turn out to be a problem that will plague me until the day I finally leave this place behind. Even so, I will do everything in my power to help you drive out the Rehir of Solnari. As Arlecchino put it, this is not about chasing the spoils of victory. It's just a gesture of heartfelt gratitude.
Kutar.
Defeating the Rehir of Solnari will be no easy task. While my strength slowly recovers, we'll also need to gather more intel.
Naturally. We should take all the help we can get if we hope to defeat.
We've considered several viable plans now, but our choice hinges on the answers to a few key questions. Is it even possible to kill Rerir? What experiences shaped the person or monster he became? And what's he really after? Given Albedo's expertise in alchemy, I think we should leave him to try and answer the first of these questions.
Understood.
As for the other two, I'm afraid we'll have to count on you again, Miss Nefer. Believe me when I say it's not my wish to burden you. But right now, relying on your skills is our only option.
So you're placing all your hopes on me?
We can't thank you enough for agreeing to help us. Honestly, I can hardly believe how lucky we are.
You sure have a talent for changing your tune, Miss Moonchanter. Timid like Yehoda one moment, then flinches insincere flattery the next.
Ladies, please. I must object to your portrayal of me. That's all. Feel free to keep bickering. Just...
I almost don't want to leave this room. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
I have faith in you, Miss Nefer. Something tells me you'll stand by us until the very end.
Oh? And what makes you so sure of that? What if I suddenly decide that my compensation is insufficient?
This isn't about the money. I can sense that you've got a deep-seated distaste for Rerir. And knowing you, that alone is motive enough.
Look at them getting along so well. Like two peas in a pod.
And I'm the one they accuse of insincere flattery. There is no justice.
Miss Lauma, you have to understand something. Unlike you, I don't actually enjoy having everyone's hopes on my shoulders.
Is that right? Well, maybe the fact that I'm willing to put my hopes in other people says more about me than you. But the fact is, I also trust you. And that's because I know that you're someone we can count on.
Anyway, We've got our plan, so let's get moving. Mr. Dainsliff, let's talk. And Traveler, once we're finished, if you've nothing else planned, I'd like you to come with me.
This whole experience is teaching me a lot. For instance, I now know that when other issues come up in the future, I'll have far more luck getting Lauma to convince Miss Nefer than trying to do it myself.
Hate to say it, friend, but that's one of the funniest things I've heard in a while.
Flins tiba-tiba tuh jadi raja
You think
ngejok
I've got it wrong?
dikit-dikit ngejok
Quite the opposite.
pakai Saino.
But what makes it so hilarious is how long it's taken you to realize.
Thank you for waiting.
It's okay. We actually used the time to help Dainsliff get a room at the hotel.
That's very considerate of you. Now, I trust you share my curiosity about Rerir's past, and you seem fairly familiar with Mr. Dainsliff already. We spoke at some length after the meeting. He was the one who suggested I should invite you to join this operation. He feels confident that these secrets will be safe with you.
Dane has a lot of faith in us, that's for sure.
Likewise. I appreciate that you got right on board without interrogating me about why I invited you. It shows that you trust me to explain everything in due course.
That's because we know what you're capable of. We appreciate you too, Nefer. You might have been forced to help in the beginning, but...
That's one way to put it. Another is this, that once a decision's been made, it's set in stone. After that, my only goal is to see it through. All right, so here's how it is. I'm going to access Rerir's thoughts again using my confidential method. Now, I'm sure you've seen things like this before on your travels, so you're surely well aware of how dangerous it can be. The reason I've gathered you all here is to ensure my safety during the proceedings. I plan for us to enter the fragment of his consciousness together, and once inside, I will focus on searching for information. Think of this as a diving expedition into someone's brain. If I'm the diver, you are my safety equipment, tasked with keeping me alive while I'm under the surface. Once the ceremony begins, we will all be spying on privileged information. But in the interests of safety, you must remain absolutely silent at all times. We will discuss our observations after the ceremony has concluded. Lastly, any individuals of a weaker constitution are advised not to partake in the ceremony. In any case, Paimon has her own job to do, which requires staying in the room, but...
Well, good luck, everyone! Sounds like all Paimon can do is cross her fingers and root for you guys.
There's a little more to it than that. I was being serious when I said you have a job to do. While the rest of us are inside Rerir's mind, it's imperative that we have a team member on the outside. In the event that something goes wrong, you will be our first responder. I don't anticipate any issues, but the extra level of safety will be greatly...
I second that. This is a dangerous operation here, and you're our whole rescue team. That's pretty much the most important job in the crew.
So, Paimon's like... the lifeguard? Yeah, that makes sense.
Good. Please, take a seat. We'll get started momentarily.
So, did Mr. Dainsliff tell you anything else?
He told me that he believes Rerir kept some big secrets in his life. He's not sure that they were the cause of his eventual downfall, but he's asked me to uncover what those secrets were all the same.
But surely you're not planning to go through with this, no matter the cost.
If you think that, you'd be overestimating me. I'm a businesswoman, not a mercenary. But I do have my own professional reasons for taking this job. You think I'd turn down the opportunity to get a first-hand glimpse into Conrian history? No chance.
Well, as long as you don't let morbid curiosity get in the way of safety concerns, we're good. We'll do whatever we can to help you.
You're such a killjoy.
All right, I'm good to go.
All set over here too.
Promise, Paimon, you'll be extra careful.
All right. Let your whole body relax. Close your eyes.
Oke, masuk ke Rerir lagi ya.
Phew. Could this be his office? Pretty standard setup. Bookshelves, paperwork, file. According to Dainsliff, Rerir used to be an intelligence operative. Chances are there's plenty of Is this where you keep your secrets, Rerir? Can't say I'm not looking forward to that. A box containing a ring. Must be for his girl.
Kita main cepat guys.
Bookshelves full of documents. Looks like these are all files. The Crimson Moon dynasty preceded the eclipse. Since Rerir worked as a secret agent during the latter, it stands to reason that he was tasked with purging remnants of the old dynasty. Yep, lines up exactly. A file tucked inside a folder. The title reads, Dear Breakfast Shop. But at this stage, I have no idea who Wonder what kind of encryption. Aha!
Please, hear me out. I can't shake this feeling that someone's been spying on our house. No, I'm not being paranoid. I saw someone dressed in all black. It was a couple of days back, but that was on another street, not near my house. I swear, I know what I saw.
There's a note in the margin. Surveillance of the Runfarther residence has concluded. We apprehended the target and filed the mission report last night. Could the voice in the recording belong to one of Rerir's targets?
Mungkin.
A file tucked inside a folder. But at this stage, I have...
Ya, informasinya udah.
He looks even gloomier than last time. I wonder what's changed.
Today's files are in. Time to wade through them just like usual. Male, 51. Occupation, cook. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent contact with other descendants over the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized. This one
Ini
should be
target yang udah
archived under
di-kill
purged
sama Rerir.
targets. Female, 23. Occupation, office clerk. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has maintained frequent contact with other descendants over the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized.
Oke, dia tidak
Another one for
pandang dulu ya.
purged targets.
Mau cewek cowok.
Sounds like she was that other man's daughter. Never mind. What's it got to do with me? Male, 40. Occupation, teacher. Confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been observed making contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized on...
Tapi hitungannya tuh kayak
Just
ini nggak sih?
another nobody
Kayak
for the
witch
archive.
aja nggak pernah. Witch tuh kan
Come to think of it, I remember surveilling this man. case like his never would have been considered a priority in the past. Huh. He barely even interacted with other Crimson Moon descendants.
Ada anak kecil juga nih.
Female, 16. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been observed making contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized on... Filed. I have no recollection of this girl. None whatsoever. She doesn't seem to be anyone important, but then again, how many of them really are? Female, 13. Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed Crimson Moon descendant. Has been observed making contact with other descendants during the past year. Poses a threat to the dynasty. Neutralized and... Filed.
Banyak banget ini file.
Male, 11.
Secepatin aja.
Occupation, none. Orphan and confirmed neutralized. Male.
Kurang 6 lagi.
It's funny, isn't it? Your job is becoming both harder and easier at the same time, depending on how you look at it. Sooner or later, the Crimson Moon descendants will be completely wiped out. But as their numbers dwindle, they become harder and harder to track down.
That's not how it is.
Fortunately, however, most of the able-bodied adults have already been taken care of. The remaining weaklings will be increasingly easy to deal with.
No! No. My job is to ensure the survival of the Eclipse Dynasty. And the only way to do that is by eliminating any and all potential threats. It's a perfectly legitimate line of work. Every single one of my colleagues can attest to my fairness. And if my friends were aware of the facts, I know they'd back me up too. Assuming, of course, that they were aware of all the facts.
Banyak juga tadi target. Itu semua yang nge-kill si ini atau itu nih? Kalau yang nge-kill dia doang sih, gila juga sih.
It's been quite some time since we last met.
Revier, I trust you're here because you have something important to discuss.
Forgive me. I wasn't tuning out, it's just, I noticed you didn't even phrase that as a question. As if you knew I was coming. Tell me, does someone in your position ever feel the need to ask questions at all?
It is indeed within my power to foresee certain things. Things like your arrival.
I was just thinking. It won't be long before I'll be inviting both you and Dane to my wedding.
That isn't a lie, but nor is it a fact as such. It's a wish, isn't it?
No fooling a prophet.
Ever since that day we met for drinks, I knew it was only a matter of time before you came looking for me.
Does it feel good? Knowing how the future will unfold.
I'm afraid the notions of good and bad fail to capture the complexity of what such a power entails. Once you've seen what will come to pass, it can be all too easy to succumb to fear and melancholy. Unless, of course, you learn to abandon these feelings. You fear my silence, and long to hear the words I left unspoken that day.
That's right.
You must have noticed my reluctance to broach the
Tapi
subject.
alasan Rare pertama yang ditunjukin mungkin karena dia tuh dibanding yang lain nggak terlalu ini sih kayaknya.
For both our sakes, such
Bukan
words are
terlalu
better
orang yang
left
paling penting di antara Five Sinner lain sih.
The burden of prophecy was never meant for your shoulders.
So who exactly do you deem worthy to hear your prophecies? None but our exalted king?
Or rather, our king as he once was.
You're closer to His Majesty than I am.
So kan Veldotir kan hitungannya kayak orang terdekatnya raja. Orangnya ini Dainsleif juga.
You say that as though it is to my benefit.
Kalau
Yet
Surtalogi kan
precisely because of
masih
that,
terkait
I dare
dengan
not speak
kekuatan kan.
rashly. A king can turn out to be the most virtuous of rulers,
Rendotir
or a
ya
tyrant
tahu sendiri Rendotir
more
begitu.
terrible than the most vicious of
Yang
dragons.
satu lagi tuh nggak tahu saya kurang ini.
You are so wise and far-sighted, yet
masih misterius.
still you...
You make a fair point. Especially given my silence alone was all it took to send you spiraling. Very well then. Let me offer you some advice. And I say this not as a prophet or a visionary, but simply as the brother of your friend. For many reasons, there is very little chance of your marriage ending in happiness. If happiness is what you seek, you should find another fiancé.
Hold on. There's that same black fog again.
Okay.
Could this memory belong to
Sheriff
Valendis?
sampai ini ya.
Guess I better
Si
tread carefully.
Veldotir tadi ngasih tahu kalau emang pernikahannya tuh kayaknya nggak bakal berjalan lancar.
Wait. Hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his name is Rayrir.
What did you...
Cruel irony, isn't it?
Ini udah tahu
The
nih.
man,
Ini
why
dicapin
are you
lagi
telling me
cepetin
all
ya.
up simple? It's because I want you to kill him. You are the only person he would never suspect.
No, absolutely not. I would never dream of doing such a despicable thing.
So you'll just stand by and watch him slaughter us to the last. Do not forget that the blood of the Crimson Moon flows in your veins too.
The blood of the Crimson Moon? What does that matter now? The dynasty has long been dead and gone. You think that alone is reason enough for me to throw away everything I have?
Why wouldn't it be? You too were once a child of the Crimson Moon, just like me. Don't tell me you've never felt so much as a flicker of fury for the way we were trampled into the dust.
Oke, mungkin kayaknya dikhianatin juga sih kayaknya si Rere.
As long as you promise to abandon this pipe dream of restoring your dynasty, I can try to persuade him. Or have him persuade the Vinster King.
Persuade the Vinster King? Do you even know why he's so obsessed with hunting us down? Why he keeps trying to force us to hand over our secrets? Over and over again? Or why we refuse to give up on restoring the dynasty? The Vinster King. A blind fool.
Nah, ini Vinster King
His
juga
eyes clouded
siapa
by
sih
powers
sebenarnya?
from
Pengen lihat
beyond
sih
this
mukanya.
world. A petty little man with a miser's heart. And he dares to sit upon the throne? Mark my words. Sooner or later, Conria will fall. And it will be his doing. If you can't bring yourself to do it, so be it. Just you watch. It won't be long before calamity descends upon us all.
The Rayhir of Solnari. That really is quite a secret you've been keeping from me, Rayrir. But who am I to talk? Am I really any better? I've kept my own past a secret this whole time too. Love should be built on honesty. But ours was born from lies. And yet, is it really so wrong to hide things that would only make life harder? If we don't cover up the parts that no one else should see, how can we go on pretending to be Vedifulnir must have known all this. And that's why he made his prophecy. In the end, nothing stays hidden forever. But I won't just sit by and watch this disaster unfold. I'll do everything in my power to protect what I cannot afford to lose, no matter who I have to face.
Tapi endingnya seperti apa kan?
Huh? Was that Rayrir who just walked past the window? Doesn't it give you the chills that he still takes the same road to work every day? As if nothing ever happened.
Those people at the deli.
Enough already. They're clearly pretty taken by their own disguises, so just smile and play along. Pull the rug from under beasts like that, and you'll risk having your throat torn out.
Deli. Oh. They're talking about those people from the opposition. Right. I'd almost forgotten they used to run a deli. People of no consequence always vanish so easily. And no one even remembers them.
But surely you can see he's not the man he pretends to be. So many have died already, and they say that the king's madness grows with each passing day. We're not going to survive this, are we? But why does it have to be this way? Do we really deserve to die just because of the blood that runs through our veins? Thelindis, are you even listening?
Sorry, Freether. My mind was off wandering. I heard you, though. You're talking about what Rerir said. He's just following the king's orders. He's a secret agent, and it's his job to hunt down rebels and
By the time you first met him, he'd already taken lives. Maybe he was using you from the very beginning.
No. Rerir has no idea I have anything to do with the Crimson Moon. My family are only distant relatives of the main lineage, and besides, my eyes are perfectly ordinary. Truth be told, apart from my teacher, pretty much no one knows I have any connection to any of it. It's been a long time since my family severed ties.
But as Orlog said, who could possibly talk sense into that raving lunatic of a king? No one.
I'll work something out. Trust me, I'm with you all. But for now, you need to keep yourselves hidden. Don't let anyone find you, anyone at all. Don't forget that Rerir is an Eclipse operative. You need to be extra careful when he's around. And when I am too. For now, don't come looking for me. And if anything happens to me, just act like we've never met.
If even you can't escape this, what hope do the rest of us have?
Ya,
After
ribet
all
juga
this
sih.
time together, surely he wouldn't lay a hand on you.
I won't speak in his defense, nor can I give you a clear answer to that question. But I'll do everything I can to put an end to this. Here, hold on to this. If an opportunity to escape presents itself, take it. You'll be glad you took some spare change.
You call that change? But what about you?
I've got a job, and there's still money coming in. But you can't go anywhere right now. Please think about yourself for once.
Yang saya penasaran tuh, si Teluilis ini mau ngomong ke Rerir nggak sejujur-jujurnya?
Another day, another round of assassination training. Training ground is just beyond this hidden passageway.
When you kill a person, doesn't it bother you when you end up covering their blood?
Why would it? Aren't we all just walking blood bags?
But not everyone is accustomed to hunting down others like prey. You've been a hunter for so long now, you seem to have forgotten that most people don't just go around killing one another.
Leave me alone. Make sure you have a firm grip on the handle. Then choose your angle well. Keep your movements light and brisk. If anyone says a thing.
I'll bet no one's ever died a quiet death at your hands.
I work clean. No traces.
That doesn't make the sword, though. The king is happy now. What if someday
That won't happen.
ever since we fell under the spell
Pukul simulator.
feel that I can take out a handful of it.
Those I dealt with have always been guilty. And I've carried out my work flawlessly.
Can't hide the truth.
Nggak kelar-kelar nih.
You know why Thelindis is such a
Waduh. Pada mati.
Delindis, do you still remember Orlog?
Kenapa Orlog?
The boy who was pretending to sell flowers. You spoke for quite a while, didn't—
Yes, we did. What about him?
He was arrested 2 days ago. Chances are he's already dead.
Orlog aja mati ya.
I just don't get it! After everything he's done, why do you still stand by him? Or does it mean nothing to you that people keep dying?
No, that's not... Just hear me out.
I need to go now, Thelindis. They're looking for us. You take care too. If you ever need a place to hide, come find us.
Yang saya penasaran tuh, Thelindis berkhianat atau...
Author Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 47. All subjects of observation that were sent inside have now... The situation within is proving more problematic than it. No progress whatsoever. What now? Won't you give me even a glimmer of hope? Things are getting worse by the day. I have to find a way or we'll all be in danger, but... If all this research comes to nothing, what then? Sooner or later it'll be my neck on the line. But could he really bring himself to kill me?
Ya kan lu bisa ngomong anjir.
No. Surely he wouldn't have the heart.
Si Rere juga sebenarnya saya juga yakin dia nggak bakal mau ngebunuh sih. Pasti dia nyari inian lain. Tapi tuh karena posisinya si Thelindis ini nggak ngasih tahu sama sekali ya begitu.
We don't even know each other. All we want is to live ordinary, peaceful lives.
You want to live?
Yes.
Tapi juga takut
I
sih.
just want to go on living.
Siapa
Is that
juga yang
really
nggak
such an
takut
unforgivable
ngeliat ini.
crime?
Si Rere ngebunuh-bunuhin tanpa inian.
You want to go on living. I want to keep living too. To keep living forever. That's why I have no choice but to continue on the path I'm on. If only some savior would suddenly swoop down and change the way the world is. Too bad that's not going to happen. Imagine that. If there really were such a person, you and I wouldn't be standing here like this, would we? Today's files are in. Time to wade through them just like usual. No, I don't get tired of it. It's my job. And not only am I lucky to have it, I'm good at it too. Wait. Thelindis? No. No! Why? But you bear no mark of the Crimson Moon. How could you possibly have anything to do with them? It cannot be! A diluted bloodline. Carefully concealed. I see it now. You've been living in the shadows just like me. What a fool I've been. Numbing myself with talk of justice. Even imagining my friends would back me up. But in the end, Irminsul. Finster King! How far are you going to take this? From the direct bloodline to secondary offshoots? And then what? Today it's the descendants of the Crimson Moon. Who will it be tomorrow? Will you not rest until everyone down here is dead? No. This cannot go on. This is where it ends.
Dia mulai berotak ya. Suruh kemana?
letting me go?
I am. As long as you can guarantee that no one will find you.
Don't worry, I'll be extra careful. No one will know I was here, but... if you let me go, you won't be able to complete your mission, will...
Good point. In that case, maybe you should stay.
No, please! I just want to see the outside world again.
Go on living?
Yes. I know you're a man of your word.
If I let you leave, what will become of me? Just kidding. Go, now. But remember, don't let anyone know you were caught. We'll be seeing each other again very soon if you do.
Tapi Rere bengis juga ya. Mau anak kecil, mau orang dewasa, mau cewek cowok dibantai semua. Ini dia mulai ngeberontak semenjak Telon Lis itu apa namanya? Mau dibunuh. Jadi kita ngeberontak gitu. Itu kalau nggak pasangannya jadi target dia juga nggak mau kali. Kayak nyari solusi kayak gini. Jadi hitungannya tuh dia udah gila cinta sih. Udah gila cinta soal Tolendis ini.
The world is changing, Rerir. Keep your eyes peeled for your moment of opportunity.
That voice used to be so unclear, but now I know exactly whose it is. It's Vedafalnir. He won't tell me how to actually resolve any of this, but he keeps trying to manipulate me like a puppet.
Yang saya bikin penasaran tuh kenapa rajanya tuh jadi gila gitu.
Tell me then. What will this moment of opportunity
Maksudnya
look like?
kalau masa lalu Min doang nggak mungkin sih, pasti ada sesuatu yang bikin dia gila.
He's like a ghost, always disturbing me when I'm on edge, but never answering when I need him most.
So, the Eclipse Dynasty was purging, well, massacring the descendants of the Crimson Moon. And it seems like it was all connected to the Vinster King's research. The King's obsession with abyssal power left the future of Conria hanging in the balance. No wonder every aspect of Rerir's life was so unstable. And it looks like this Thelindis, Rerir's would-be fiancé, herself belonged to a sub-branch of the Crimson Moon Dynasty's descendants. It almost defies belief that a couple like them could hide the truth from each other for so long. If the Vinster King hadn't intervened in such a drastic way, they might have gone on deceiving each other for the rest of their lives. And why does Vedderfanir, Daneslif's older brother, keep talking in Rerir's head? This guy kept more secrets than I ever imagined.
Nah, itu juga ini sih pertanyaan.
The human mind is like a vast desert of shifting sands. When you follow the flow of someone's memories, you only ever see the parts they're willing to let surface.
Iya,
Time for
jadi
something
informasi
a bit
secara
more
penuhnya nggak
creative.
dijelasin.
We've been inside Rerir's mind this whole time, building up a picture of his psyche. There's already enough clues on the board to start reading between the lines and mapping out the rest. Now, we can finally begin to put the pieces together. Sure, it'll only be a reconstruction, part simulation, part reasoning, but it's usually pretty accurate. Once we've built up a cognitive profile, we just need to cross-check the logic behind his actions. And then we'll be able to take a sneak peek at whatever it is that Rerir has really been hiding.
Silau banget. Malam-malam dikasih sinar terang nih. Apa nih? Oh, tiba-tiba jadi...
Rerir, are you there?
Oh, si itu. Move consume trip, consume an action point. When you all your point is, you will return to the previous. Wait, jalannya. Oke, WASD.
Hey, Rerir! Come out, it's urgent!
Dane? What's wrong?
Quick, come with me. I'll explain everything once we've met up with the others.
Okay, I'll come.
Red ditandainya tuh kayak serigala ya.
I'll need to leave her a note.
All right then, but make it quick.
I've never seen Dane so worked up before. Whatever this is, it must be big trouble.
Oke, puzzle lagi. Astaga. Tapi ini kayaknya pas kejadian Destruction of Khaenri'ah mungkin. Makanya si Dainsleif buru-buru. Nggak kelihatan. Waduh. Cukup nggak nih poinnya? Kalau saya ngegeser, kayaknya kurang. Aman. Oke, itu ada kuda sama pedang.
Well, this is a nice change.
Oke, Rendotir ditandain dengan kuda ternyata.
When men and women of ambition can speak face to face in broad daylight, I say that's a big step forward for our dear Khaenri'ah.
Don't be ridiculous. We do not fear the day. Why would we seek refuge in the night?
Pakai pedang.
You might ask your blade that same question. I'm told it prefers the cover of darkness. The word on the street is that Sertologi only strikes when he has an unfair advantage. But that is patently false. I see you're missing an arm and a leg. Surely only a fair fight could explain that.
If this is your way of offering me replacement limbs, believe me, I'll take them.
Oh, we can certainly discuss that. With bioalchemy, anything is
Kayaknya tuh
possible.
Surtalogi yang penting dia kuat, mau badannya hancur sekalipun selama bisa kuat dia ambil risknya.
Lunatic. Robtatir. What brings you here?
Why, Dainsleif, of course. He invited me. Please, cast aside your apprehensions, Miss Rhinedaughter. Whatever the rumors may say, I am but a humble servant of the king, and I can assure you he affords me no greater convenience than he does you.
Well, the Universitas Magistrorum won't stop fawning over you. So at least some of the rumors must be true. You're clearly doing well for yourself, so drop the humble servant act. It endears you to no one. You're president of the Universitas Magistrorum, the chief royal mage known as the Wise by royal appointment, and by far the most favored among the 4 pillars of Khaenri'ah. Vice President Veit doesn't even try to hide his envy when he sees you.
My success is the product of hard work and good luck. It's as simple as that.
Tapi ini yang paling misterius
Were the
di
king
antara yang
not
lain.
such an extremist, I hardly think I would have received a senior post at my age. Of course, no job is without its gripes. Serving a king like ours can be a challenging task, as I'm sure you can imagine. And as for Efterveit, in missing out on the presidency, he's dodged a mountain of stress. Like everything else in life, it comes with pros and cons.
You're all here. I apologize for the short notice, but it was an emergency.
You must be Rerir.
Mr. Sertologi. Yes, I handled your case file during your sentencing. Nothing personal, of course. I'm pleasantly surprised that you remember me.
You're clearly a person of substance if you've been invited here. But Dainsleif, you'd better have a very good reason for convening this little gathering.
It's my brother, Vedalfenir. After he spoke at the court this morning, the king was so infuriated by his words that he had him blinded in both eyes and thrown in prison.
Vedalfenir in prison? Strange. I thought the king trusted him and Horoptatir more than anyone else in the world. Does this mean the king's circle of trust just got even smaller?
It has nothing to do with trust. It's about what the king wants, which is as clear as day to anyone paying attention. I simply appease him, because it's in the best interests of the Universitas Magistrorum.
And also because you're slimy. Vedafilnir, perhaps less so. But still, a visionless visionary? It rather inclines me to think that qualifications are not what get you ahead in Conria.
Do you honestly think this is an important discussion to be having right now?
Dane, what are you planning to do?
Kayaknya mau mulai pemberontakan ya. Yang sesuai yang Dainsleif bilang.
It will mean storming the palace by force. Tonight. I need all of you on my side.
That's far too dangerous. And don't forget, Dainsleif, you're captain of the Royal Guard. You swore an oath to the throne.
You've been planning this for a while, haven't you?
I have no desire to commit treason. But whatever critique the king may have of Vedafilnir, disfiguring your most loyal subject for putting the best interests of his court and nation first, this is not the conduct of a wise ruler. My blade will force the king to see the error of his ways.
So, Vedafilnir's prophecy
Harusnya
enraged the
si
king.
Dainsleif hitungannya sinner juga nggak sih?
But if he won't take counsel even from the
Malah dia
visionary,
pemimpin sinner.
deeply troubling
Tapi kok dia
news.
nggak masuk sinner?
The extent of His Majesty's madness is now all too
Padahal dia juga salah satu yang bikin kehancuran Kenria nggak sih?
How does a man like me get out of this situation unscathed? You have noble ambitions,
Hitungannya bukan
Dane.
the 5 sinner tapi the 6
I'm
sinner.
afraid they don't do much for a guy like me. I'm not interested in saving the world. All I want is a letter of pardon.
A letter of pardon? For whom? Thelindis? The chances of the Vinster King issuing a pardon for anyone connected to the Crimson Moon seem vanishingly slim.
Oke, puzzle lagi. Puzzle terus. Malam-malam dikasihnya puzzle. Yang benar saja.
This black fog over the board must have some connection to Thelindis. But why is it taking this form? Does it have something to do with Rerir's pet? Another mystery I'll need.
Consume the mark your opponent. This you will only attack when they have more action to defeat your masterpiece. Oke. Kalau saya ke situ kurang 2 1 2 bisa kayak udah bisa langsung ke sini nggak sih? Set 1 2 1 2 1 2 bisa nggak sih? Bisa lah. Nggak bisa. Kurang lah. Nggak bisa sama-sama 4. Nggak bisa juga. Coba dihitung-hitung. Kok penuh lagi? Jelas puzzle tiba-tiba bisa penuh lagi.
Thelindis. Over the course of this week, the research object was subjected to interference for a total of 60 hours for experimental purposes. The results are as follows. Research dating back to the Crimson Moon Dynasty has established 2 points regarding moon marrow. Firstly, its origins have something to do with a god's power. Secondly, it serves as a portal to an as-yet indeterminate location. Moon marrow can thus be defined as a spatial gateway. However, there are a number of
Yang udah
hurdles to
ditunjukin
overcome
si
before we can
Arlecchino
answer the question
sebelum.
of where it leads to. To start with, opening the gateway requires a specific power source, which the relevant literature indicates. An enormous amount of power is then required to keep the gate open. Currently, the total power output of our instruments remains in the single digits. To make matters worse, I am now the only staff member remaining in the Moon Marrow lab. The Universitas Magistrorum recently decided to move most of its personnel into abyssal energy research, which has stymied all Crimson Moon-related projects. This is not a wise move. I have always maintained that placing all our hopes in a single source of power is risky, especially one as poorly understood as this. As well as making ourselves overly reliant on a single resource, we are neglecting other promising technologies. I apologize if this comes across as disrespectful. But as a Moon Marrow researcher, I desperately want to see the world beyond the gateway. If we really made it there one day, what would we find? And how would we go about taming the unknown? My imagination is endlessly fueled by questions such as these.
Okay. Waduh, puzzle lagi. Mana cukup ini? Nggak cukup itu, nggak cukup. Nggak cukup. Ngapain suruh ke situ? Lewat sini nggak sih?
This is for you. I heard you're gonna leave the city with your parents.
Delindis, did you hear about what happened?
I've heard nothing. Rerir got back very late last Friday, and he was acting a little unusual, but he slept pretty well, so I'm guessing whatever he did was a good deed. You never saw him, and I don't know what he did. And this conversation never happened. You understand?
What if he finds out that you pried into his secrets?
Don't be silly. I don't know what secrets he does or doesn't have. All I know is he's just a normal guy who happens to run some errands for the king.
Are you scared of him?
I don't know. The Rerir I know doesn't match the person you all describe. Logically, I should be scared of him. And yet, I don't want to lose him. But enough about that. You should get going, and be careful with the package I gave you. Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
What's in it?
A piece of the moon. All you need to know is that as long as you keep it safe, then in the future, everyone will be able to see a red moon.
A red moon? You mean our moon?
That's right. Our moon. Promise me you'll look after it.
I promise, Delindis.
The Crimson Moon bloodline will never die out. Its light, the color of blood, will become like a fire that flows in our veins, no matter how long it takes.
Lama puzzle lagi. Ampun. Berapa banyak puzzle malam-malam begini. Jadi berapa jam nih? 3 jam. Ya mau 3 jam setengah, mau 4 jam guys. Astaga. Kasih puzzle-puzzle beginian coba. Out of action. Aduh, roboh. Gak bisa lewat situ. Aduh, kurang poin.
Hurry, everyone, and stick to the plan. Sir Dainsleif, what are you? Is this treason? You know what happens to those who betray the throne. Please, don't do this!
It is the king himself who has betrayed the throne. He has betrayed all of Conria.
If you have any love left for justice in your heart, you should join me.
It's showtime. Dane and his group will handle the troops in the palace. Then Hraptatir and Rhindaughter will disarm the security measures. My job is to enter the prison and rescue Vedafilnir. Stay safe. Wish me luck.
Look after my brother. Draw your blade. It is time for justice to prevail.
Tapi ngeliatin patungnya ini tuh ngingetin saya ini apa namanya, Yu-Gi-Oh apa tuh gitu. Ada game Yu-Gi-Oh, mainan kayak catur-catur ini kan. Ingetin game Yu-Gi-Oh sih. Yu-Gi-Oh tapi versi catur. Wait, lurus ke depan atau enggak lurus ke depan. Suruh ke sana. Satu, dua, tiga. Nggak cukup dong.
This place is filthy. And the smell is abominable. Clearly, the king doesn't allow his prisoners a single shred of dignity. Found you. Hello, Mr. Vedafilnir.
It's you.
Surprised? Oh, wait. I guess surprise isn't an emotion that prophets feel very often.
I certainly felt some surprise in the moment when I was blinded. Surprise at the king's sheer ignorance. Surprise at just how unfairly this world responds to words of earnest remonstration.
I'm curious. What did you prophesize this time?
It wasn't a prophecy. It was a word of warning. Someone had to say it. The king has forsaken all reason in pursuit of his obsessions. I simply told him that if he continues on this path, Conria will surely fall.
But he didn't listen.
Worse still, he stabbed you in both eyes and locked you away. Dane asked for my help. The court is in complete chaos now, but I'm sure you predicted that.
Everything is transpiring as I foresaw.
Yet
Yet I am
powerless
powerless to change it. Fate is an immutable force. I can but lament as the inevitable unfolds.
Tapi kayaknya Fornir
I do
ini
wonder
bakalan
whether
salah
giving a
satu
man the power to see the
orang paling
future
penting sih
is
nanti.
nothing more for him than slowly
Bagi dia
crush
bisa ngeliat
his
masa depan ya.
spirit.
Forgive my curtness, Vedafulnir, but the king did not suddenly turn on you today. His suspicions have been brewing for a long time. You can't have wisdom beyond the reach of your fellow man without attracting his fear and suspicion. There are things the king does not want to see. So, he doesn't want you having visions of them either. He blinded you because he thought this would make the visions stop.
He wasn't entirely wrong. I did indeed lose my power to see the future. Right up until...
Until what?
Just now. I believe I saw something new.
Well, tonight could go a lot of different ways. 5 of us banded together to storm the palace, also we could rescue you. This will go down as the most tumultuous day in Conrian history.
I sense hatred in you, but also hope. A desperate hope that with the tyrant deposed, that will be the end of the story. But this is not the end. There are many men of honor and courage in this world, Rerir. But you are not one of them. You're not here for justice, are you? You're here for yourself. Is that a dagger? Interesting. Why not the polearm? It was always your weapon of choice.
With your abilities, I don't doubt that you were able to recover some of your sight. But I also doubt that you want to make an enemy of me right now.
Of course not. We're on the same side, aren't we?
We could be. But I need you to be honest with me, Vedafulnir. At this point, you're my only hope for the future.
You mean your future? With your beloved, Thelindis?
Yes. And I know there are bigger things at stake here. A dynasty, a nation, maybe the entire world. But forgive me, I care first and foremost. I can't abandon the one I love to save myself. I just can't do it. But you see a broader picture of the future than I. You see the solutions to the biggest problems of our age.
In matters of fate, answers are either right or wrong. What will be and what will not. Maybe you are willing to pay a certain price in the pursuit of happiness, but unfortunately, fate does not negotiate. That is the cruelest thing about fate. It is unmoved by your sacrifices.
That can't be true. I know it's your voice that I keep hearing in my head, urging me to see how the world is changing, to seek more power, so I can protect the things I love. You show me disaster, but you won't show me how to avoid it? Why? Why are you doing all this?
My voice. In your head. So, you hear it too. The voice that steals your mind, gains your trust, and drives you crazy. It turns out that we are not so different, you and I.
Vedafulnir just broke into the strangest smile I've ever seen in my life, as if he'd discovered some monumental secret.
Very well then. My advice to you is as follows. You must persevere. Whatever trials and tribulations you may face, be steadfast in the belief that they are you. For as long as you live, your story with Thelindis shall not come to an end. That is the only chance you have of fighting back against fate. It is up to you whether you believe my words. Regardless, that is all I will say on the matter.
I will hold you to your...
Thank you for setting me free. In return, I will tell you one more thing that you cannot afford to ignore.
Just then, a strange wave of energy rippled through the city.
If I were you, I would head to the Universitas Magistrorum.
The Universitas?
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again very soon, Rerir.
Whatever Vedafulnir said, I didn't catch it.
I didn't even help him out of the prison.
Oke.
Monsters? Is this Rhindotter's doing? By the Universitas Magistrorum. Out of my way!
No more lies. The deception ends here.
The Universitas. That reminds me of a rumor I once heard. Allegedly, the king installed secret mechanisms in the palace and around the city. No one knows where they are or what kind of power, but if they were ever gonna activate, it would probably be on a night like tonight.
Help! Help! Hold on! Don't let them anywhere near you! Save me! I can't!
That sounded like an explosion. So, the rumor is true. What other means does the king have at his disposal? And given it's a major center of abyss research, anyone over at the Universitas will be in grave danger.
Urutannya jadi bingung.
Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Let me leave you a bird. It all adds up. The mystery unravels. Quietly now. Game's up.
Germinate!
No, my sword! Rain cutter!
Aduh, jadi 5 begini bingung ini. Mati lagi. Harusnya tadi jangan bawain dah. Kalau maksa saya, timnya lupa diganti. Aduh, saya ganti tim gak sih? Punya hyper bloom lagi. Astaga, lupa tadi saya pikir masih Zhongli tadi. Kira timnya masih Zhongli, ternyata udah bukan Zhongli lagi. Karena mati-mati nih, ganti dulu nggak bisa. Ganti dulu nggak bisa sih. Bisa. Harusnya tadi nggak gini lagi. Belumnya sakit banget ini ngebunuh belumnya sih. Retry to resurrection nggak bisa diganti lagi. Aduh, timnya gimana nih? Change dong. Saya timnya hyper belum begini. Bukan hyper belum ini mah hitungannya.
Busted. No, my sword.
Kok nomornya jadi bingung? Gara-gara ada 5.
No more lies.
Saya makainya juga cuma bentar. Jadi saya gameplay kurang tahu si Never. Aduh, masih ada lagi. Ish, aduh, kena bloomnya lu mati.
Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place. Seek within.
Astaga.
It all adds up. No more lies. Can't hide the truth. The mystery unravels. It all adds up.
Waduh, mati karakter guys. Aduh, mati lagi.
Of time got me.
Bener-bener dah. Wait. Dundai. Lupa saya bawa pocket, Gak bisa ngaktifinnya lagi, gara-gara udah habis nih.
No more lies.
Astaga. Gak bisa ditukar dulu tim. Belum di sini tuh penyiksaan, harusnya tadi tukar dulu.
Monsters at the Universitas Magistrorum? Why now? Oh no, they're coming. It's no use, the table won't hold out much longer. The weapons. Where are the weapons? Of course. All the lab equipment was upgraded after the inspection last week, but the new weapons haven't been allocated yet. I'm done for. Is anyone there? I need help! Ah! Stay back! Please stay back! Please!
Tapi pertama kalinya saya mati di domain guys.
What's that?
Reverie! So the rumors about your work are true.
What? No! Listen, something happened at the palace tonight. We have to leave!
You don't need to lie to me anymore.
What do you mean?
I know why you're worried, and I will respect the decision you've made. But it's okay, because I found a solution. I know how to end all this. You can have it back. The normal life you so desire. But until then, I'm afraid our wedding will have to wait.
This? No, don't do it! Cylinders! Cylinders!
I told you, Reverie. Let her go. You will find someone better.
No! No, I won't do it! I have to save her!
By what means exactly? A lowly pawn. You lack the power.
Sebenarnya siapa sih yang bisik-bisikin? Beneran si Veldotir gak sih?
Tell me!
Come to the palace. Join us.
Reverie, thank goodness we...
Step forth and take your share.
You made it.
Not you too.
Hatred or grief, despair, desire. We all have our own.
Reverie.
Cylinders?
Were you daydreaming? You still remember, Reverie? That question you asked me a couple of weeks ago?
Oh. You mean the proposal?
Yeah. I'm wondering, where do you think would be a good place to discuss it? Maybe in the garden? Or were you thinking a fancy restaurant?
It's your choice.
Tapi itu nggak tahu Landis tuh udah mati atau belum? Kayaknya belum. Saya kira rambutnya putih itu penuaan, ternyata rambutnya putih karena kekuatan.
I will find you. And then you can give me your answer.
So that's how the Raker of Solnari was born. A monster created by circumstance is a Viewing other people's thoughts for too long can get
Gila cinta berarti, yes.
Right now,
Rere itu
I'm
penggila
feeling a
cinta, ya.
strong sense of loathing. In a nutshell, the story of Conria is what happens when the truth falls by the wayside. Everyone tells little white lies, and before long, you have a huge pack of lies that destroys everything. His past is filled with sorrow, but the tale of any fallen civilization is one of endless tragedy. Cruel as it may be, that was Conria's fate.
Oke. Intinya kita tahu sekarang tujuannya dia apa. Untuk nyari si Telesis ya.
I'm back. Can I get a standing ovation?
Never! How are you holding up? She's fine. Boss is a pro.
Yes, I'm fine. You will have seen the events of Rerir's life through my thoughts. It's now clear that he is just a regular nobody, driven by personal tragedy, as he said himself.
I mostly agree. There's only so much we can know about him from his memories alone, but they did give us a clear glimpse into his life in Conria. However, I would not consider Rerir to be a nobody. He was deeply involved in the events of that era. Yet, when the catastrophe of a generation strikes, nobody is safe.
Sounds to me like you're speaking in riddles again. Is this you urging me not to abandon the people of Nodcry in their hour of need?
That's not what I meant. Although I do hope you choose to remain a part of the plan. Without you, the mission ahead will be all but impossible.
Then try to remember that I respond better to the carrot than the stick. And I don't appreciate being bossed around. Now, as for you, Missy, you were excellent. You stuck to the rules of the ceremony and kept your mouth shut the entire time. Bravo.
Cool. So, can you fill me in on the deets now? Most of what I saw went right over my head.
Patience. You'll hear the whole story, don't you worry. But let's meet up with the others first. It will save me narrating it twice. Yehoda?
Yes, boss. Let me get that door free.
That's more like it. For a moment there, I was worried you'd forgotten about—
Forgive my curiosity, but what does the first clause say?
It says I gotta do the annoying stuff that boss is too lazy to do for herself. Like opening the door, pouring the tea.
Is that right?
If something is in the contract, it's because she willingly agreed to it. Rest assured that the curatorium abides by the very strictest of labor policies. You don't seriously think I'm cruel enough to treat her? In any case, I've hardly shied away from my share of the work today. Hope I don't catch Flintz and Varka lounging about in their chairs, enjoying a leisurely cup of tea. There's nothing I dislike more than other people enjoying themselves while I'm hard at work. Oh no.
Kenapa? Tiba-tiba ono. Emang kota diserang.
Sorry to disturb you, but we seem to have run into some trouble.
Evidently so. Don't worry, I'm not about to leave you to fend for yourselves. I'm not that kind of boss. And it would go against the Curatorium's labor policy.
I'm sorry? What did you hear me say? I wasn't talking about labor policy.
Wait. How long have I been standing here?
Not long. You just appeared by the door a moment ago.
Boss, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost.
We've been tricked. We never left at all. Somehow I hallucinated that whole scene back inside the office.
Hallucinated? But how?
How indeed. This place should heed my will alone. All thoughts and actions that occur in here are just a result of pawns moving across the chessboard in a carefully calculated manner. And nobody has access to this chess set but me.
So you control everything in here?
More or less. But yes, it's a special technique of mine.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Only once. It was the first time I used the chess set.
Is there any similarity between what happened then and what's happening now?
I suppose my thoughts are a little turbulent, which was also the case my first time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
The first clause of your contract clearly states that I only need your help with things that I'm too lazy to do myself.
Meaning you're not feeling lazy?
Meaning this is not something Yehoda can help with. The chess set is a personal treasure that I alone understand.
Boss, it's fine. Really. Let me do something you...
Oh, listen to you. Whatever would I do without you,
What?
Yes, really. Where would I ever find another employee as obedient and servile as you? God forbid anything ever happens to you.
Berapa jam ini?
Oh, okay. Well,
Non-stop 4
anyway,
jam guys.
I was
Aduh.
thinking of fetching some water.
Habis
Gotta be a
kelar
source
dialog
around
ini
here
udah guys.
somewhere.
Capek. Selanjut besok ya.
Suggest everyone finds
Bukan besok sih,
someplace
lebih tepatnya
comfortable to
siang
take a
nanti.
rest. We gotta conserve our energy. Even though all this chess
Ya,
malarkey
tadi jam
doesn't
12 malah
exist
saya
in a
tambah 1
physical
jam plus.
sense, mentally speaking, it's all
Karena kan
real.
posisinya
And
story-nya
so is our
si
tiredness
Rere
and
biar lebih
fatigue.
jelas.
You don't want to dismiss mental fatigue. Just because it isn't physical doesn't mean it's any less serious. But anyway, I got your backs, so...
Don't I have the best employees? Jealous much?
If we can find a suitable time, I'd love to borrow Yehoda for a day to help out at the Frost Moon Scions. Would you be amenable to that, Boss Nefer?
Oh, Lama. Have I ever told you
Nanti
just
lanjutnya
how
siang aja
pretty
guys.
you are?
Capek guys. 4
Beauty
jam
runs
ini.
from the tips
Saya
of
nggak tahu
your
ini
antlers
berapa
to
jam
the
lagi ya.
depths of your imagination.
Jangan terlalu nekat.
Time to rally, everyone. Follow me. As we continue our journey, the same rules will apply. That means stay focused and no talking no matter what we encounter.
Intinya
And don't disturb the chess
story
pieces.
backstory-nya Rere
You
itu
have my
adalah
word that I
Rere
will
itu
get us
adalah
all out
sim
of here.
guys. Dia simping. You are currently in special mode. If you leave, you will have to experience the content again to continue the wish live. Waduh. Ya bisa live ya. Oh, coba terusin dulu. Gak bisa ganti konsep karakternya, gak bisa ganti lagi. Oh, karakternya gak bisa ganti, repot.
This place looks familiar. That's not a good sign.
Ya, tanggung, rindu
I wasn't
ini dah.
expecting visitors at this hour. Wait, is that?
Oh, it's him.
There you are. Sinue's been looking for you all day. I think he has some news for you.
Oh, yeah?
What were you doing just now, Uncle
Oke,
Retinue?
berarti Nefer
Hiding away
tuh
some more loose change?
orang Sumeru
I know I saw some
sekitaran
more.
sini ya. Berarti
What
dia
do
harusnya
you mean,
kenal
loose
ini gak sih?
change? Oh, come on, I'm too old for
Kenal
this. Just
klorin.
pretend you saw nothing.
Klorin lagi. Siapa yang bawa perisai? Kenal si ini gak sih? Candice, yes. Harusnya kenal Candice dong. Harusnya mereka umurnya nggak beda jauh.
Hey kid, mind telling me what Sinnohe's been up to recently? I'm trying to get in his good books and I need a way in.
Get in his good books? Why? What do you want with my dad, Uncle Apepi?
I've written a new song. I was hoping to showcase it at the next festival, but I'll need his approval.
A new song, huh? I'd love to stay and listen, but unfortunately, Uncle Retinue says my dad's looking for me.
Well, there's plenty of time and I'm not going anywhere. See that pile of stones? I'll be sitting there warming up my vocal cords. Come find me
Saya
when
kira
you're
tadi
done.
habis backstory-nya si Rere udah selesai, ini malah ditambahin backstory-nya si Nefer. Harusnya dibikin side story quest aja nih. Nggak di main quest juga, langsung diplek-tiplek. Udah gitu nggak bisa langsung keluar nih. Harus ngulang kalau mau keluar.
Hi, Dad. Uncle Retinue said you were looking for me.
Ah, there's my little princess. If you'd gotten back just a little sooner, you could have shared the spoils of war with me.
Spoils of war? Who were you fighting against, Dad?
Oke, ini bapaknya Nefer ya.
It was just a figure of speech.
Bapaknya NPC.
The aftermath of a sandstorm is no time to be waging war. I was talking about our war against thirst. I went out to fix our water supply problem, and now I'm back. Which means...
We have a well again!
That's right. I found a new one and brought back as much water as I could carry.
If it wasn't for these blasted sandstorms, our wells wouldn't be caving in. You wouldn't be spending all your time out searching for new water sources.
As the chief of our tribe, I'm supposed to be leading us out of hardship and poverty. You know how prosperous our ancestors were. I've told you all the stories. And look at us now. Squeezed into these hovels. No one would choose this, if it wasn't for the endless wars over the years. But things are looking up. I started working with some folks from the academia a few months back. They gave me some contacts in return for my assistance in the desert.
So you're the academia's helper now?
Special ambassador, they call it. Think of it as a
Saya tuh
partnership.
akademia lagi nggak beres
Nothing
ya.
bad, okay? We've been
Beres tuh
isolated here in the
setelah
desert for too long.
dibantu sama Traveler.
Seeking
Berarti
opportunities
kalau masih
elsewhere
di
is
sini
the
tuh
best
masih
thing
agak
for
belum
us,
beres.
and the fastest way to progress.
So, do you get anything good out of being a special ambassador?
Of course. My luck's improving all the time. One day, I swear I'm gonna lead us out of this place. We'll find somewhere new. Somewhere better.
Nggak bisa loncat tuh.
It all adds up.
Serpen.
That's our well, and you know it. You stole from us. Well, you've gone from chief to thief, and now you have to face the consequences.
Did you really think you could take our water without permission and get away with it? You're either brave, stupid, or both.
And that special ambassador act? Yeah, nice try. We spoke to the academia. They said it was all news to them. You're a liar and a cheat.
What?
I heard Yehuda gasp, but I don't blame her. Most people are terrified by the sight of blood, corpses strewn across the ground.
The
Berarti
wounds are clearly
bapaknya
from
si Nefer
scimitars
mati
and
ya.
daggers.
Makanya dia
The
kena upgrade.
desert dwellers' weapons of choice. There's a handwritten note on the ground.
Halil, this is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. Surely you remember me. I was the one who helped you and your colleagues avoid the quicksand in the desert. This is my second time writing to you. I assume my last letter must have gotten lost in the mail, as I didn't receive a reply. I hope this one makes it to you safely.
Karena akademia tuh agak beres sebelum dibantuin traveler ya.
That sandstorm the other day
Sebelum Nahida
completely blocked
diselamatin.
up our well, forcing me to look for another water source in Iab and Unut territory. Praise the gods. The well of the Iab tribe was intact. It was my last resort. I drew what water I could and left, but not without being spotted. I fear they will retaliate. You told me to write to you if I ever needed help. You said you'd be my ally in the act. I urgently need you to formally recognize my title of Special Ambassador and send some of your people to assist me for a few days. It's the only way I can convince them that this was the Academia's decision and prevent them from retaliating. This is an emergency.
Looks like this letter never got sent. The writer died a grisly death, and the letter was trampled into the ground. It's badly defaced. What a ridiculous lie the surviving Shimti tell. Their whole village was butchered over a sip of water.
Ah, officer. Welcome. Welcome to our humble village.
I thought you would at least have the courtesy to provide some respectable libation.
This is the finest wine Aru village has to offer. I promise.
The Academia has agreed to reserve a single space for a candidate from your village. But I remain skeptical of this entire endeavor. I highly doubt anyone in this desert possesses serious academic potential.
Please, have faith. If not in us, then in our God. The child we found shows great promise. I beg you, take her away from this place. Give her a chance. Don't let her talent go to waste.
I don't recognize her. New arrival?
She showed up here a few days ago and we took her in. She's a really bright kid. Please help. I'm begging you.
So, where are you from?
Nowhere special. Just a sand dune.
What about the rest of your family? How many of you are there?
Just the one.
It's only you?
Correct.
So, no brothers, no sisters, no mother or father?
Any who have slept on a bed of sand, I call my brothers and my sisters. Apart from that, I have no family.
All right. Get over here. Sign your name on the form. Never? You're rather fair-skinned for a desert dweller.
Ya juga sih. Warna kulitnya jauh lebih terang ya. Dibanding karakter-karakter lainnya. Sedangkan agak kecoklatan.
Nefer, this term's assignments have been issued already. Please read through the materials thoroughly, conduct your own additional research, and then write an essay on the topic.
Yes, Professor, I'm aware. I just had a couple more questions I wanted to get your perspective on.
Oh? Please ask away.
Well, I saw the other students' problem sheets, and I couldn't help but notice that my assignment is much easier than theirs. Do you really think I'm a weak student?
A weak student? Goodness, no. Quite the opposite. You have a sharp mind. Almost too sharp.
I think what you're saying is a weak student wouldn't have noticed the discrepancy. And if they did, they certainly wouldn't complain about the lighter workload.
You see, sharp as they come. You see things the way they are. And I'm sure you know why they're like that.
Because of where I come from. Because I'm different.
I'm sorry, Nefer. I don't like it any more than you do. It's just... Anyway, you said you had a couple of questions. What's the other one?
I wanted to check. If someone sent me a letter to the academia, where do I go to collect it?
Ah, your family wrote to you. Well, as long as they put your name on the envelope, someone should hand it right to you.
Not exactly. It's not even a recent letter. I was just curious where the mail would end up if no one collects it.
The House of Dana, I expect. I know there's a box for unclaimed mail somewhere in there, probably sitting on a shelf. Whatever you're looking for, that'd be the place to start.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Honestly, I feel like I failed you. I'm supposed to be your teacher, but I haven't taught you anything.
Hey, don't say that. You're a great teacher, and you do your best for all your students. But the rules are the rules. You're not allowed to teach students like me. It's not just the academia either. The whole world bends over backwards for the successful and leaves the losers to suffer and die.
Oh, my dear child. Don't tell me you've given up on life already.
I haven't. I just think that if you want to make it in this world, you have to find a way to become successful.
Karena si Never nih berbeda, dia jadi lebih dikasih sesuatu yang beda ya. Ya agak rasis lah nggak dibilangin.
This must be it. A big cardboard box full of unclaimed mail. And probably some letters that ended up here. Let's take a look.
Aduh, sistemnya kayak ini lagi.
A dilapidation survey from Port Ormos. This one was never even opened. I get who was it addressed to?
Ini mini gamenya ini
This
rare
one is
sebelumnya.
addressed to the Immorta Sage. The type guided by the incense. We became lost somewhere in the forest. In clinical terms, these symptoms fit the description of incense poisoning. For example, my neighbor who always this seems like something the academia would want to know about. Why wasn't it collected? Wait, what's this written on the back? The note says, the sender authored this letter while under the influence of mushrooms. I would send it back, but no return address was provided. Stamped by the Grand Conservator of the House of Dana. This next one is addressed to Grand Sage. A few words of protest regarding recent changes in Sumerio's educational policy.
Dia masih jadi penjabat.
In recent years, the academia has taken on a small number. However, it appears to me that these students have not, in fact, been provided with educational opportunities that, as well as receiving dumbed-down assignments and perfunctory tutoring, they do not even have full access to the Akasha system. Education is the fundamental purpose of this institution, which should go without saying in a nation whose founding virtues are knowledge and wisdom. I ask you, as Grand Sage, policy decisions are your prerogative, but do not forget your roots. You and I were once students too, as was everyone else. I do hope you will give some serious attention to this matter. I encourage you to discuss issues like this with my son. Great letter. Shame it didn't get to where it needed to go.
Bagus, tapi ya,
and the sender is...
Cyrus.
Sage Cyrus of Spantamad.
Cyrus.
I didn't realize anyone else even knew how bad students like me have it in this place. So this is where letters from the Sage of Spantamad end up?
Kayak pernah dengar si Cyrus.
Grand Sage. Whatever. This isn't what I came here for. I'm not exactly holding out hope that a letter sent from the desert would even make it here. I can't believe how much discarded mail there is. Must have been years since someone last went through it all. And this is just one box. I don't believe for 1 second that any human being has sat down and... Wait.
Greetings, Halil. My name is Sinuhe, chief of the Shimti tribe. I was the one who came to you and your colleague's aid when you ran into trouble in the great... I don't know how well you remember it now, but I brought you to safety and gave you some water. In my tribe, learning a person's true name is serious business. And I therefore see you all as friends.
Tapi agak kesel pas si Never sih. Setelah tahu surat bapaknya nggak di ini.
The Shimti tribe lives a harsh, nomadic existence in the desert. You were sympathetic towards my plight, promising to make me a special ambassador of the academia and help us find a way to make a better... This brings me to my reason for writing. Our tribe has fallen on particularly hard times. There was a terrible sandstorm a few days ago, which blocked up the well in our land. To ensure my people's survival, I had no choice but to venture into Eob and Unut territory in search of an alternate waters. The Eob and Unut are descended from the Thamudians. While we trace our ancestry to Tulatala, we worship the Lord of Flowers and have had relatively good relations with our fellow tribe. I found a well belonging to the Eob tribe. They declined to help us, but I really had no other option. So I took some water to keep me and my tribe alive. My actions are certain to incur. When we met, you assured me that you would be my ally in the academia. I would like to take you up on that offer, because I really need your help. I wonder if you could send an academia... That aside, the last time you were here, you mentioned that the academia had started accepting students from the desert. And I told you a little about my daughter, Nefer. We have next to no resources here in the desert, and my power and influence are limited. Would you consider enrolling my daughter at the academia? She is a smart girl.
From the outset, the academia never took you seriously. Those things they promised were just empty words. I doubt they even remember the name Sinuhe. And you were so emphatic that your luck had finally changed for the better. You swore you'd lead us to a better place one day. You spoke with such conviction, like you were the most powerful chief in the whole desert. You liar. You lied about everything. You promised the world and delivered on none of it. And who fell for it? Just me, by the looks of it. Despite your best efforts. Which makes you a pathetic liar. You weren't even any good at it. I think I'll take over from here. Let me show you how it's done.
Never tuh agak bengis ya.
No more lies.
Kan skillnya aja nomor
I
lies.
just came to say goodbye. Thanks for everything you've done for...
Never? You...
I'm quitting. Something's come up in my hometown. Gonna head back and deal with it.
Huh? But this was a hard-won opportunity for you. You know that better than I do.
It was. But it doesn't matter. I have more important things to deal with, and they can't. Oh, and I didn't want to overfill my bags, so I left some incense on your desk. What's wrong? I thought you liked incense. Although, I did read somewhere in the House of Dana that it has hallucinogenic effects. Don't use it all at once.
Isn't this the stuff you brought from your hometown? You're just letting me have it?
Yeah, I lied. It's not rare at all. There's this bunch of ruins near my hometown that are practically over. It's not worth much. Keep it.
But never.
All right, that's all from me. You take care.
Don't forget me, okay? I mean, we're more than just classmates, right? We're friends.
Yeah, I'll remember you. I lied again. That incense is worth a fortune, and it's a rare find even in those ruins. And as for remembering her, I have far too much to do when I get back. No time to reminisce. I'll be lucky if I even make it through this alive. But either way, I expect I'll forget you pretty quickly.
Penasaran kalau saya keluar di sini. Contoh ininya di sini kayak. If you are currently in a special story, if you leave, you will have to again. Do you wish to leave? Kalau saya live di sini, kira-kira baliknya di sini nggak sih? Atau baliknya jauh? Kalau baliknya jauh, waduh. Tapi testing dulu kali. You leave, you will have to experience the content again to continue. Testing dulu deh. Testing dulu ya. Terus saya sit lagi. Domain. Oh, enggak. Ngulangnya nggak jauh. Nggak ngulang sama sekali malah. Berhentinya di situ berarti. Udah istirahat dulu guys. Siapa ini? Kan terima dulu guys, maaf guys, capek. Saya mau istirahat dulu. Paling nanti siang saya lanjutin lagi. Never ya. Testing saya 65 kalau nggak salah. Testing lah, gak apa-apa tempo lagi. Kalau nggak dapat ya udah, kalau dapat ya udah. Tadi udah 13 tambah 10 lagi udah 75 tuh udah PT awal sih. Ini PT tapi PT awal gitu lah. 50-50 juga sih. Gasin ya sebagai penutup end stream guys. Ngerapat guys. Satu pull lagi nih. Kalau dapat ya dapat, kalau enggak ya enggak guys. Nggak dapat juga loh. Udah sekali lagi trigger. Nggak dapat juga. Masa PT-nya rendah banget? Harusnya 75 trigger loh. Ini hitungannya 77. Ini 78 nih. Nggak ke trigger juga guys. Nah, udah nanti aja. Saya juga never nggak tahu juga mau digacha apa enggak. Kayaknya emang belum mau di trigger guys si never. Masih di 78 ya. Paling besok. Saya lanjutin lagi besok guys. Sampai sini dulu live streamnya. Terima kasih yang udah sempat mampir ya. Walaupun gak ada yang live chat sih, tapi sempat ada yang mampir tadi. Jadi terima kasih yang udah nonton. Saya end stream dulu guys. Siang saya lanjutin lagi untuk live nya. Karena ini saya udah capek guys, 4 jam ini guys. Saya nggak tahu kalau mau dilanjutin berapa jam. Di sampai sini dulu guys. Goodbye, kita ketemu di siang hari nanti. Saya stream dulu. Terima kasih.